Chapter 852 Shaking the Chaos. Chapter 852 Shaking the Chaos. In the Universal Hall, the sages all looked up and saw 20,000 divine authority generals attacking. All of them were 10 million feet tall, as if the chaotic sky had collapsed. Han Ju also looked up and summoned the primordial judgment sword again. The sages were uneasy. Yang Che asked carefully, "Has the number of divine authority generals increased?" The divine authority general's aura was too strong. His sage sense burned the moment it touched them. He was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted it. There are indeed more. Not only more, but they also doubled. Why is this happening? Is there no end to it? Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com, Who is manipulating the divine authority generals? Why must you destroy my heavenly Tao? The sages were indignant. At this moment, they had already forgotten their fear and worry, and only felt endless worry. They couldn't help but look at Lao Dan. Lao Dan sensed their anger and said awkwardly, "Why are you looking at me? How would I know?" Han Ju ignored them. He fused with the 1949 Fiend Celestial Dharma idols again and was already prepared. He raised the primordial judgment sword and pointed the tip at the top of the Universal Hall. Han Ju suddenly used the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger when the distance was right. Boom! Sword chi soared into the sky and shattered it, then quickly rushed out of the heavenly Tao. Under Han Ju's deliberate control, the sword chi didn't hurt the heavenly Tao's foundation and quickly rushed into the darkness. Just like before. Absolute speed. The 20,000 divine authority generals were still diving down. They were drowned by the sword chi just as they saw it. This speed had already surpassed the definition of speed and time. The divine authority generals were all destroyed. It was still a sword. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com. The vast pressure of the 20,000 divine authority generals instantly vanished. The sages were not as surprised as before. They were only happy. Han Ju felt uneasy. Would they come again? How could that be? With a thought, his will instantly jumped out of the chaos. He looked down at the chaos and said, 10,000 divine authority generals are not enough for me to kill with a single strike. 20,000 is still not enough. Will you send 100,000 next? 1,000,000? Or 10 million? Is this the so-called chaotic rule? Why is there such a despicable act? The heavenly Tao should exist. No matter who is behind the divine authority generals, they can come and destroy the heavenly Tao. I want to see if it's enough to withstand a single strike from me. His voice spread throughout the chaos. He did it on purpose. Other than the heavenly Tao lifeforms, all the living beings in the chaos could hear his voice. For a time, the entire chaos fell into an uproar. Countless living beings were curious about who the voice belonged to. The cultivators who had surpassed the primordial chaos Tao fruit were shocked. They all knew that the divine authority was about to attack the heavenly Tao, but from Han Ju's words, 10,000 divine authority generals had already been destroyed. No. 20,000 divine authority generals were killed by a mysterious mighty figure of the heavenly Tao. Impossible. In the Universal Hall. The sages cheered when they heard what Han Ju said. Even the usually low-profile heavenly venerate Xian Du was the same. He clenched his fists and shouted, "That's how it should be. Force out the mysterious existence hiding behind them. What's with this behavior? After 10,000, there will be 20,000. Is this still a rule? Can the rules change at any time? Besides, what's wrong with the heavenly Tao?" Actually, the sages could not understand either. Why did the divine authority generals want to clean up the chaotic fiend celestials? Who didn't know that the chaotic fiend celestials were born after the birth of the chaos? They were equivalent to chaos children, and the great Tao divine spirits were only the rules of the chaos. The rules wanted to kill the family's children. It was unreasonable. It didn't make sense. Lao Dan looked at Han Ju and sighed slightly. He didn't understand what the other party was thinking. These words expressed disdain for the divine authority and also offended the existence behind it. It was not pleasing. Now, he could completely endure and block the attack of the divine authority generals. The existence behind the divine authority generals had suffered in silence. It was fine, and as time passed, these things would quickly be forgotten. Why fall out with them? It was understandable for them to fall out with each other at the same cultivation level, but how could they survive in the chaos in the future if they fell out with the existence who controlled the supreme rules? Han Ju waited patiently. Han Ju would be convinced if the number of divine authority generals continued to increase until he couldn't defeat them. You can destroy the heavenly Tao if you want. I'll cultivate in the Tao field for 100 million years and then come out to slaughter all of you after becoming a Tao creator. Taking revenge could also fulfill the heavenly Tao's last wish. Han Ju was already prepared for the worst. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in Han Ju's mind. You're the primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju could sense that the other party was a great Tao supreme. He immediately searched for the other party's voice and sent a voice transmission, I'm a chaotic fiend celestial. But go ahead if you want to call me the primordial fiend celestial. In any case, the heavenly Tao is innocent and justice is in the hearts of the people. You can destroy the heavenly Tao, but you can't destroy everyone's ambitions. The other party did not reply. Han Ju immediately sat down upon seeing that the divine authority generals did not appear again. Seeing this, the other sages also sat down. The entire universal hall fell silent for a time. The sages stared at Han Ju. They all understood the consequences of his words, but they didn't blame him and chose to trust him. They believed that Han Ju could support them. At this moment, the mysterious voice sounded in Han Ju's mind again. How can a chaotic fiend celestial kill 20,000 divine authority generals? Even Pangu can't do it. Why can't I? Then, why can you control the divine authority generals? I can't deduce your background. I don't know who you are, either. You'll be a threat to the chaos if you are a primordial fiend celestial. Perhaps I might be wrong, but would you let go of a possibility if it were you? Who said the primordial fiend celestial will harm the chaos? Even if that's the case, what about the divine authority generals slaughtering the chaotic fiend celestials? Isn't it all thanks to the chaotic fiend celestials that the chaos can be where it is today? If not for the chaotic fiend celestials developing the chaos, how could there be great Tao living beings and deities? You don't thank the chaotic fiend celestials but rely on your strength to act ungratefully. Perhaps you great Tao divine spirits should come to the heavenly Tao world to learn morality and kindness. Han Ju faced the other party confidently. However, he did not say anything overboard. He actually already knew who the other party was. It was the primordial ancestral god. He wanted to pretend not to know and act aggrieved to make the other party let down his guard. Then, he would personally kill the primordial ancestor god one day. He couldn't be spared with 6-star hatred points. After a long while, the other party still did not answer. The divine authority generals did not appear again. Everything returned to normal. It was as if the calamity had passed. However, the sages didn't dare to let their guard down. They were all waiting for Han Ju's answer. Only when he personally said that the calamity had passed did they dare to completely relax. The mysterious voice sounded in Han Ju's mind again, I will no longer target the heavenly Tao as long as you can prove that you are not the primordial fiend celestial. How can I prove it? Enter the supreme rules and be sealed by them until the great Tao immeasurable calamity ends. You can sacrifice your freedom in exchange for the heavenly Tao's peace. Han Ju smiled when he heard this. He almost wanted to take out the Book of Misfortune, but he couldn't use it now. The chaotic fiend celestials cared more about the dark forbidden lord than the primordial fiend celestial. Chapter 853 Promise of 10 Million Years. Chapter 853 Promise of 10 million years sacrificing himself for the heavenly Tao. Impossible. Han Ju wasn't that kind of person. He immediately replied with the supreme power, what a joke. Then, come and destroy the heavenly Tao. I'll definitely remember this grudge and avenge the heavenly Tao one day. Han Ju and the mysterious voice communicated in their minds. The sages in the Universal Hall couldn't hear them and were still waiting patiently. Han Ju didn't receive another reply. He was already prepared to face 100,000 divine authority generals. They had to fight even if it was a dead end. In any case, he had a wisp of will in the Tao field and was not afraid of death. Han Ju cursed in his heart. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com. What was Pangu doing? He had said that he only needed to block 10,000 divine authority generals. Why was there no end to it? A line of words appeared in front of him just as Han Ju thought of Pangu. Pangu sent you a dream. Do you accept? Accept. Han Ju entered the dream. At the same time, he retained half of his will in his body in case the divine authority generals attacked again. In the dream, Han Ju saw Pangu. Pangu's expression was solemn as he said, there are variables in this matter. There are only two choices if we want to completely end it. 1. You sacrifice yourself and let the supreme rules suppress you in exchange for peace. 2. You fight the divine spirit's leader. The heavenly Tao and you can both be protected if you win. Han Ju didn't answer. Pangu waited patiently. Several breaths later, Han Ju asked, is this the outcome you fought for? Pangu said, the one who truly controls the supreme rules is an existence that surpasses the great Tao. Even I can't say his name or spread his appearance. The heavenly Tao will really perish if he makes a move. Han Ju showed a frown. He was a little disappointed in Pangu. From the looks of it, Pangu was not the chaotic consciousness's match. He was at a disadvantage in the negotiations. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com. Han Ju said, you have to start now if you want to challenge the divine spirit's leader. Although he could fight 10,000 foolish sword sages, he might not be able to defeat the primordial ancestor god. The primordial ancestor god was an existence with a perfected great Tao and was the leader of the divine spirits. His cultivation was definitely powerful. I'll try my best to help you, Pangu said in a low voice. Han Ju tacitly agreed. After a while, Pangu said, I can at most help you stall for 10 million years. 10 million years later, you will fight alone with the leader of the divine spirits. The supreme rules will no longer target the heavenly Tao if you win. But if you lose, Han Ju pretended to be troubled. Only 10 million years. Pangu sighed. Your growth speed is too fast. 10 million years is already the limit. A billion years would not be a problem if it were anyone else. The leader of the divine spirits takes 100 million years every time he enters seclusion. It's enough to show how afraid he is of you. Han Ju also sighed. All right. That's settled. With that said, the dream shattered. Han Ju didn't tell the sages about this immediately but continued to wait. The divine authority generals didn't appear again, and the primordial ancestor god didn't send any more messages to Han Ju. Everything was calm. After a long while, Pan Xian asked carefully, it's over. It's been so long, the other sages stared at him. Han Ju asked in his mind, has this heavenly Tao calamity ended? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It's over for the time being. Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Pangu had indeed succeeded in negotiating. He looked at the sages and said, it's over for the time being. I will fight the leader of the divine spirits and resolve the karma for this calamity in 10 million years. Before that, the development of the heavenly Tao will continue as usual. I'll leave everything to you. With that, Han Ju returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. Cheers erupted in the Universal Hall. The words, "Divine Might Heavenly Sage," could be heard the most. The mysterious domain was filled with fog. The evil Heavenly Emperor looked at the illusion in front of him. Not seeing the divine authority generals again, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this calamity over?" He suppressed his excitement and did not dare to look at the mysterious figure. The mysterious giant shadow replied, "It's over for the time being. 10 million years later, Han Ju needs to fight the leader of the divine spirits. The heavenly Tao will survive if he wins, but the heavenly Tao will be destroyed if he loses." 10 million years. The evil heavenly emperor was secretly puzzled. Was the leader of the divine spirits so arrogant? Pangu made a move and set a 10-million-year agreement. However, this is also a way to give the supreme rules a way out. The divine authority generals are indeed not Han Ju's match. It's not good for the leader of the divine spirits to appear personally, the mysterious giant shadow said faintly. The evil heavenly emperor asked, "What if Han Ju agrees but doesn't accept the challenge 10 million years later?" The mysterious giant shadow said, "He will definitely accept the challenge. He has no choice but to accept." These words confused the evil heavenly emperor even more. He hurriedly asked, but the mysterious giant shadow no longer replied. "You should leave." The mysterious figure's voice was illusory. The evil heavenly emperor bowed and left. He had just taken a few steps when the mysterious giant shadow's voice floated over, "Evil heavenly emperor, don't forget your own fate." The evil heavenly emperor did not look back and vanished. All 10,000 divine authority generals collapsed near the heavenly Tao after the heavenly Tao calamity ended. The name of the divine might heavenly sage shook the entire chaos. Even countless cultivators in the heavenly Tao were discussing this. Gradually, the news spread throughout the immortal world. The divine might heavenly sage became a legend that all living beings worshipped. Buddhist world. The sacred true martial Buddha faced Chu Shiren and remained silent for a long time. Chu Shiren asked, "How's my grandmaster?" Sacred true martial Buddha said, "Invincible." He looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. That was the 10,000 divine authority generals who had slaughtered the chaotic fiend celestials. They were actually killed by Han Ju with a single strike. They didn't even touch the edge of the heavenly Tao. The sacred true martial Buddha indeed had expectations for Han Ju before coming to the heavenly Tao. However, he didn't expect him to not only block 10,000 divine authority generals, but also kill them with a single strike. It was unbelievable. The sacred true martial Buddha had lived for so long, but this was the first time he was so shocked. He also felt indescribable reverence for Han Ju. Joining the heavenly Tao might be a huge opportunity. He had also heard Han Ju shout clearly. Now that the calamity had been resolved, the heavenly Tao would definitely soar and even become the most prosperous place in the chaos. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He finally smiled. In the crimson sky of the endless sea, a shining figure stood on the Holy Mother of Order's shoulder. This child will definitely be stronger 10 million years later. Are you confident? The Holy Mother of Order asked. The figure of light snorted. So what if I give him 10 million years? His potential is powerful and can reach the great Tao's supreme realm. Do you think it's possible for him to catch up to me in 10 million years? The reason we set this agreement is because the divine authority generals can't do anything to the heavenly Tao. 20,000 is already the limit. I even paid a considerable price. I naturally have to take it since Pangu gave me a way out. The Holy Mother of Order asked, "How will you make him accept the challenge 10 million years later?" The figure of light said, "Watch carefully. He'll accept the challenge." The chaotic fiend celestials have almost all been eliminated. Only a few are left. A new person with great providence will appear in order to promote the great Tao immeasurable calamity. I'll create momentum for the divine might heavenly sage and make him unable to cultivate in peace for 10 million years. As for the day of the final battle, I have already calculated it. He has to fight. He'll also die in misery. Chapter 854 Divine Might Heavenly Sage's Reputation. Chapter 854 Divine Might Heavenly Sage's Reputation outside the 33rd Heaven, Universal Hall. The sages were still gathered here. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu had already asked Lao Dan to avoid suspicion and leave. The sages of the hidden sect also left when they saw this, leaving only the Heavenly Tao sages. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu scanned the sages and slowly said, "Everyone, the Heavenly Tao calamity is not over. You should have heard what fellow Taoist Han said about the 10 million years agreement. Next, we have to help fellow Taoist Han strengthen the Heavenly Tao. This battle has already proved that the leader of the divine spirits is behind the divine authority generals. We can't just sit and wait for death. We have to be prepared. We can't always rely on fellow Taoist Han." The sages nodded. Although they didn't attack in this battle, it greatly increased the Heavenly Tao's cohesion. Their Tao hearts were still excited and couldn't calm down after witnessing Han Ju kill 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike. Of course. From today onwards, the Heavenly Tao will be completely independent of the chaos. Since we've already offended it, what's there to be afraid of? That's right. In any case, the Heavenly Tao never relies on the chaos. Who cares about the great Tao divine spirits? They only know how to play tricks behind our back. Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com. The divine authority generals caused the chaos to panic. We can deliberately exaggerate and say that the divine authority general is a power controlled by the great Tao divine spirits. The great Tao divine spirits are reckless. Previously, it was the chaotic fiend celestials. Other mighty figures will definitely suffer in the future. We can think of a way to set up the great Tao divine spirits as a chaotic danger. I think it's feasible. In addition, we have to publicize the divine might heavenly sage's power. His divine might protects the Heavenly Tao and is invincible. How about that? The sages began to discuss. This time, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu did not directly set a plan and let all the sages participate. Looking at the commotion in the hall, Heavenly Venerate Xiandu was excited. He seemed to see the rise of the Heavenly Tao. One day, the Heavenly Tao would become the center of the chaos. Heavenly Venerate Xiandu was considered knowledgeable in the chaos. Few people in the current chaos were Han Ju's match. The strongest was the leader of the divine spirits. Han Ju was not the strongest, but he was still the second in the chaos. Moreover, why would the leader of the divine spirits set a time limit of 10 million years if he could really defeat Han Ju? The more Heavenly Venerate Xiandu thought about it, the more excited he became, and his reverence for Han Ju deepened. He made up his mind to follow Han Ju forever. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus as he recalled the process of this battle and reviewed his words and actions. He had already disguised himself as a reckless person who did not care about the Heavenly Tao's survival. It was unknown if the primordial ancestor God and the chaotic consciousness believed him. No matter what, 10 million years was a buffer. Han Ju's strength would definitely reach a new level 10 million years later. However, Pangu was involved. How could the leader of the divine spirits wait for 10 million years? Please keep reading on MYB0's novel.com. It was impossible no matter how arrogant he was. After all, Han Ju had already displayed his strength. The primordial ancestor God still had 6-star hatred towards him. He had to find a chance to curse this fellow. But it couldn't be now. It would easily expose his identity. He could start cursing him in a million years. Han Ju thought silently. He had to strengthen the Book of Misfortune if the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone appeared again in the future. As it became stronger, He believed that as long as the Book of Misfortune was strong enough, it could ignore all obstacles one day. Han Ju started the simulation trial. He challenged 100,000 Great Tao Supreme Realm Foolish Sword Sage. After a simulation trial, he calmed down a lot. Realizing his weakness and limits, his anxious heart calmed down. Thus, he began to cultivate with a calm heart. He still had to cultivate diligently after the glory. Han Ju wanted to become stronger. He wanted to maintain this state where he could always win no matter how strong an enemy appeared. Everything was deceptive, but cultivation was not. He could change everything as long as he worked hard. In the dark universe, countless meteors were everywhere. Figures sat on a meteor. Among them were Li Dao Kong, Ancestor Shitian, and Shi Dudao. Ancestor Shitian slowly opened his eyes and said, "The divine authority is about to be destroyed. We have survived the calamity." Hearing this, all the lives opened their eyes. The Life faction had been leaderless ever since the first Life Black Sovereign's death. They had also encountered the Divine Authority generals and had no choice but to hide. All of them felt uneasy and even despair. They couldn't escape the identity of the Calamity Life controller. Some Life members were already killed by the Divine Authority generals. How could they be a match for 10,000 Divine Authority generals? They could only hide. Li Dao Kong looked at Ancestor Shitian with flickering eyes. He had already learned about the battle situation of the Heavenly Tao from the Myriad Worlds projection and was extremely excited. "Go on, start bragging." Li Dao Kong thought silently. Ancestor Shitian said, 10,000 Divine Authority generals attacked the Heavenly Tao and were killed by the Heavenly Tao's Divine Might Heavenly Sage. You should have heard the previous voice. It's not arrogance. Not only did the Divine Might Heavenly Sage kill 10,000 Divine Authority generals, but another 20,000 Divine Authority generals were also killed by the Divine Might Heavenly Sage with a single strike. Boom! Dozens of lives became excited and even stood up, trembling. Really? Such a person actually appeared in the Heavenly Tao. It said that the Divine Might Heavenly Sage also killed a great Tao Divine Spirit when it attacked the Heavenly Tao. This Divine Might Heavenly Sage is too impressive, just like Pangu in the past. Not only that, Pangu was killed by the Divine Authority generals when he revived. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage has long surpassed Pangu and became a legend. Aren't the Divine Authority generals under the chaotic rule? The Divine Might Heavenly Sage can already ignore the chaotic rule. Dozens of lives were extremely excited and praised Han Ju. Although they didn't know the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, him destroying the Divine Authority generals was equivalent to saving them. They were naturally happy. Speaking of which, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage also had a grudge with life, but it had nothing to do with them. Ancestor Shitian said, "The Divine Authority generals are gone, but we still have to be careful. I will make plans. It's time to develop the Life faction again. As for the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, from today onwards, I will treat this as a favor from the Heavenly Tao. Try not to offend him in the future. We're not the evil existences the great Tao Divine Spirits make us out to be. We just want to overturn the unbearable and rotten rules of the chaos." Dozens of lives nodded. Li Dao Kong smiled. Shi Dudao also smiled. As expected of the Dark Forbidden Lord. How powerful. He has both identities. His methods are also impressive, Shi Dudao thought in admiration. Li Dao Kong glanced at him and asked, "What are you laughing at? Are you so afraid of death? Then, why are you smiling? The Divine Might Heavenly Sage is my sect master. Of course, I'm proud. Hee, you've already betrayed the hidden sect. What's there to be proud of? I had no choice." Shi Dudao couldn't be bothered to talk to Li Dao Kong. "Can your old relationship compare to mine? The Dark Forbidden Lord acknowledges my potential the most." Shi Dudao thought to himself and felt that his awareness level was completely different from Li Dao Kong's. Li Daokong thought that he was on the second level, while he was higher. He had long seen that Li Daokong was a spy of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage, but Li Daokong did not know his relationship with the Dark Forbidden Lord. What did this mean? This meant that in the Dark Forbidden Lord's eyes, he was the trusted aide. Li Daokong was only the most ordinary pawn. Ancestor Shitian said, "Prepare to leave. Since the Life faction is leaderless, we will regain control of it. The chaos has also quietened down now that all the chaotic fiend celestials have perished. This is Life's chance." Chapter 855 Ninth Chaos. Chapter 855 Ninth Chaos. The name of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage stirred up a hurricane in the chaos in this battle. His limelight lasted for a long time, and the situation in the chaos also changed. The Divine Authority generals had killed dozens of chaotic fiend celestials. Their influence was far-reaching, equivalent to killing more than half of the great Tao sages. Their forces were even more complicated and involved a wide range. However, the Divine Might Heavenly Sage easily suppressed 10,000 Divine Authority generals, indicating the Heavenly Tao's rise. Furthermore, it was an unshakable overlord. The Heavenly Tao would be the strongest force in the chaos as long as the Divine Might Heavenly Sage was around. At the same time, the chaotic living beings' gazes landed on the Heavenly Tao. As time passed, if the Heavenly Tao did not encounter any more attacks from the chaotic rule, a large number of cultivators would join the Heavenly Tao. A place that could guard against the chaotic rule. Wasn't this a holy land? Just like that, year after year passed. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Taoist temple. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M Hanju opened his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. His cultivation level increased again. The primordial world expanded by nearly twice. However, he felt that something was missing. He felt that the primordial world was too empty. He should produce living beings himself. Although the nebulous primordial chi was endless and could reproduce chaotic fiend celestials, it had yet to truly create a chaotic fiend celestial alone. Hanju thought for a moment. He lacked the power of creation. The power of creation was the strongest rule among the 7 supreme rules. It could create everything. Creation was the most important among the 7 great rules. Hanju looked up above the 3,000 great Tao. The mighty creation rule was so mysterious and noble. It was fascinating. Hanju's heart almost sank just looking at it for a while. He fell into deep thought. The grand unity aspect contained the power of 3,000 great Tao, but he had yet to comprehend the creation fiend celestial. There was a production fiend celestial. He had previously tried to fuse the great Tao of production into the primordial world, but it was quickly drowned by the nebulous primordial chi, and a living being could not be created. Creation and production seemed to be similar, but they were extremely different. Hanju had a feeling that if he wanted to constantly become stronger, the primordial world couldn't remain empty. The chaotic consciousness was not in the chaos. Could the chaos be a world created by the chaotic consciousness? Hanju's heart skipped a beat. Who created the chaos? Hanju asked in his mind. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M, 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive? Even the Tao creator had only cost a quadrillion years. 100 times his value. He immediately chose to continue. Ninth Chaos, Cultivation Unknown. Spirit of the primordial chaos, creator of the chaos. It cannot be named and is not affected by any rules. The primordial chaos once gave birth to 9 primordial spirits. The first 8 failed. The 9th chaos successfully created the chaos. The number 9 became the extreme number of the chaos, containing special meaning. There were living beings in the primordial world. Wasn't there only the primordial fiend celestial? Or am I thinking too much? Hanju only saw the notification in front of him, but the figure of ninth chaos didn't appear in his mind. He didn't know if this fellow was still alive. Can the ninth chaos reach the creation dominator realm? Hanju asked in his mind. Above the Tao creator was the creation dominator realm. He had asked before. There was no such existence, but some time had passed. Perhaps there had been a change. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, that was good. At the same time, this also proved that the ninth chaos was still alive. Hanju suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the chaotic deities did not dare to personally interfere in the chaos because of the ninth chaos existence? The chaotic deities were powerful, but how could they compare to the ninth chaos who had created the chaos? Hanju asked in his mind, is the ninth chaos restricting the chaotic deities' interference? 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, that made sense. Hanju suddenly felt more secure. Is there anyone stronger than the ninth chaos? 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Hanju smiled. The peak finally appeared. I'll be at the peak when I reach the Creator Lord realm. At that time, he could roam freely with no fear. I can do whatever I want. Whoever dares to offend me will be killed without consideration for their backing. Hanju was filled with anticipation. He checked the emails and wondered if his friends were doing well. Your disciple Dao's sovereign was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X899220003. Your disciple Zhao Xianyuan was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X790983211. Your good friend Lao Dan was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X900283924. Or good friend Jiang Yi was attacked by an inauspicious evil, X800879326. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren spread the Buddhist Tao and his providence increased. Your good friend evil heavenly emperor created an inauspicious deity. His providence has declined. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked, X572. Your son Han Tuo received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. It was lively again. Hanju saw that the three beaten brothers had become four and couldn't help but mourn for Lao Dan. Why are you following these three? Hanju smiled. He liked Lao Dan even more now. The last time in the Universal Hall, Lao Dan had kept a low profile. He had not thought of escaping even when the Divine Authority Generals attacked. He was quite pleasing to the eye. He also knew Lao Dan's goal. He wanted Dao's sovereign and the other two's potential. Hanju turned a blind eye to this. On the path of cultivation, most of them had masters, benefactors, Dao bearers, and so on. Hanju was not afraid that Dao's sovereign and the other two would be poached. He was letting them grow on their own. Hanju continued reading. The disciples who had returned had gone out again. However, the Buddhist world, the Great Tao Tower, and the Red Fate world were still near the Heavenly Tao. They already had the Heavenly Tao's providence. They would fuse into the Heavenly Tao sooner or later. Hanju sent a dream to Huang Zuantian after reading the emails. It had been too long since they had contacted each other. He had to show concern lest Huang Zuantian change his mind or suffer. The dream was in front of the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect. Huang Zuantian opened his eyes and hurriedly bowed when he saw that it was Hanju. Master, you're too powerful. That was 10,000 Divine Authority Generals, equivalent to 10,000 Great Tao Sages. It said that 20,000 Divine Authority Generals appeared later. This matter has already spread like wildfire in the chaos. You're already the strongest chaotic fiend celestial. There are even rumors that you're the strongest in the chaos. Huang Zuantian said excitedly. The strongest in the chaos. Han Ju was secretly pleased. He remained calm and said, I had no choice. How have you been? Do you need my help? Huang Zuantian hurriedly said, how can I need your help? It's all thanks to you that I can be where I am today. Otherwise, I would have died in the mortal world back then. Your actions can give me countless inspirations. You can guard the heavenly Tao. I'll help you obtain life sooner or later. I can contribute more to you when I become the Life Lord. He began to talk about his recent encounters, becoming more and more high-spirited. Han Ju listened carefully. Huang Zuantian's story was indeed legendary. Han Ju felt that it was much more exciting than his. He went from a captive to someone in charge of the Life faction, and he even inherited the Providence mystical power of the Calamity Life Controller. Although he was promoted by a benefactor along the way, it was also fought for by Huang Zuantian. I will create a huge domain for you and expand the Heavenly Tao's territory one day. Huang Zuantian waved his sleeve and said with a confident expression. He was like a completely different person from when he was in the Jie school. Chapter 856 Han Ju's Spies. Chapter 856 Han Ju's Spies. Han Ju frowned slightly at his bragging. Huang Zuantian noticed the change in his expression and immediately shut up. He started to reflect before Han Ju could speak. What did he say wrong? Han Ju said meaningfully, no matter what high position you are in or what achievements you have to always keep a low profile and maintain humility and caution. Back in the mortal world, you were arrogant and walked towards doom. All these years, you have been walking on thin ice. Perhaps you are tired, but this is the key to your success. Look at me again. When have I ever been proud? Huang Zuantian was ashamed. He had indeed woken up. Thinking about it carefully, he was quite arrogant now. He had a high and mighty attitude towards people and things. He had neglected his subordinates' thoughts and was not as considerate towards his superiors as before. Huang Zuantian hurriedly said, I'm indeed too arrogant. Thank you for your reminder, Master. I'll definitely do as I promised, but I won't say these things anymore. I'll use my actions to prove it. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. These words were a little high level. He promised and sincerely accepted Han Ju's criticism. Anyway, Han Ju felt quite comfortable. No wonder this fellow was doing well everywhere. Han Ju asked, is there really nothing you need my help with? You can learn a mystical power if you want. Huang Zuantian said, there's really no need. I usually won't make a move. I'll easily expose myself if I learn too much. I've grasped a great Tao Providence mystical power. It's enough to protect me at the critical moment. Han Ju nodded and cancelled the dream. Huang Zuantian had developed very well, so he could rest assured. Han Ju sent a dream to Shi Dudao next as the Dark Forbidden Lord. This time, he gave him a mission. Think of a way to secretly spread the news that the Divine Authority General is a power used by the great Tao Divine Spirits to restrain the chaos. It's not just a rule. You have to think of a way for the other living beings to help spread the news. Don't take the lead. It's easy to deduce. Han Ju reminded. This news was not very useful, but he wanted to plant a seed. What if it was useful? Shi Dudao finally had a mission and immediately agreed excitedly. From the beginning to the end, he did not mention the battle of the heavenly Tao. The longer he stayed in the chaos, the more he knew how terrifying certain existences were. Some things could cause chaos just by talking about them behind their backs. Let me teach you a mystical power, Han Ju said. Shi Dudao immediately thanked him. Unlike Huang Zuantian, Shi Dudao did not have so many opportunities. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VEL. C0M. There Han Ju taught him 3 mystical powers that he seldom used. Then, he cancelled the dream. He sent a dream to Li Daokong in his true form next. However, Li Daokong did not need a mystical power. The 10,000 life sword was enough for him to cultivate. Han Ju didn't give him a mission. He hoped that he could take care of himself. Next was Jing Tiangong. Speaking of Jing Tiangong, this fellow had been wandering in the chaos, but he still hadn't made a name for himself. Han Ju casually taught him a mystical power and ended the dream, but Jing Tiangong was still flattered. Only Divine Lord Peacock was left. Han Ju checked his portrait in his interpersonal relationships and discovered that this fellow had yet to become a great Tao sage. He immediately had no intention of taking care of him. Worthless. He would wait until this guy became a great Tao sage. Han Ju looked at the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao became even more lively after 100,000 years. The two chaotic heavenly roads were still being repaired. They would probably recover in at most 5,000 years. The heavenly Tao welcomed 2 more sages recently. This meant that the heavenly Tao was developing better and better. Not bad. Han Ju closed his eyes in satisfaction and continued cultivating. In the dark purple starry sky, a figure moved forward quietly. It was Han Ju's reincarnation avatar, Liu Bei. Liu Bei scanned his surroundings nervously. After so long, he was still looking for a place for the third Tao field. This area is all right. There are no living beings, but there are fewer restrictions. Liu Bei thought silently and felt a little regretful. Perhaps the previous hidden sect island had set a high standard for him, so he had special requirements when he searched for a place for the third Tao field. At the very least, he could not see the Tao field with the naked eye. Liu Bei continued forward. Several months later, a huge crimson planet appeared in front of him, attracting his attention. This planet was filled with a mysterious aura. It was not chaotic chi or spirit chi, but it attracted him. He quietly approached. He wanted to use his divine sense to observe this planet, but it was isolated by a mysterious aura. He hesitated for a moment and decided to check. Perhaps this was the suitable place he was looking for. After landing, Liu Bei felt heat from the bottom of his feet, but there was no burning pain. The high temperature here could instantly fuse with an immortal emperor, but it was nothing to him. Liu Bei began to wander around and sized up the planet. He was very fast. After all, this planet was huge. Several hours later, Liu Bei suddenly stopped and stared at a hill ahead. The hill was bare and covered in magma. A figure was meditating halfway up the hill. This person wore a tattered robe. Most of his hair had fallen off and his face was like dry bark. His eyes were tightly closed, but a vertical eye between his eyebrows stared at Liu Bei. Liu Bei was almost frightened to death as he broke out in cold sweat. Being stared at by that vertical eye, his blood ran cold. Liu Bei quietly retreated after a moment of stalemate. "Stop right there." An ancient voice sounded softly. Liu Bei immediately stopped. He knelt down and shouted, "Senior, I didn't mean to disturb you. I happened to be passing by. I also want to find a place to cultivate. I have no ill intentions. I'll pretend that I've never seen this place and never mention it." Liu Bei began to kowtow. The ancient voice said, "You're only a clone. Who is the main body?" Liu Bei replied, "My main body is Cao Cao from the heavenly Tao." Cao Cao. The heavenly Tao is very far from here. Liu Bei lowered his head, feeling uneasy. "Don't leave. Stay here and cultivate." "Ah. Yes. All right." Liu Bei agreed aggrievedly. In the blue sky, there were green mountains and rivers. A river crossed the mountains and rivers, floating like clouds. Han Tua and Yi Tian meditated in the forest. A black light descended from the sky and landed in front of the two of them, startling them so much that they opened their eyes. The black light dissipated and devil ancestor Lu Yuan appeared. Tian smiled teasingly. You're still alive. I thought you were like the chaotic fiend celestials. Lu Yuan looked down at him and said, I have a mission for you. Tian curled his lips. Han Tuo asked, what mission? The leader of the divine spirits is summoning the great Tao divine spirits. Go immediately. But we just escaped from him, don't worry. I've already discussed it with him. Let bygones be bygones. Gathering the divine spirits this time is a huge opportunity. The great Tao Sage realm will not be the limit in the future once you succeed, the devil ancestor Lu Yuan said indifferently. Han Tuo frowned. He smelled a conspiracy for some reason. He asked, by the way, where's the divine authority generals? Previously, there were rumors that 10,000 divine authority generals were about to attack the heavenly Tao. Chapter 857 Strongest in the Chaos. Chapter 857 Strongest in the Chaos, the divine authority generals lost, Lu Yuan replied calmly. Han Tuo and Tian looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, they had heard Han Ju's voice, but they didn't dare to confirm the situation. As expected of my godfather. He's really powerful. Tian smiled proudly, causing Han Tuo to roll his eyes. Lu Yuan said, follow me. Han Tuo and Tian had no objections. They immediately nodded and flew up. The three of them quickly fled. Along the way, Tian was very excited. He kept asking the devil ancestor Lu Yuan how the divine authority generals died. Was it really as Han Ju said, that 20,000 divine authority generals had appeared? Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, the devil ancestor replied truthfully, causing their blood to boil. Another 100,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. His cultivation level increased again. Although it was not fast, it was indeed increasing. He couldn't estimate how many years it would take for him to break through. The primordial world was still expanding and there was no limit for the time being. And it was still far from the final battle with the leader of the divine spirits. Han Ju still had a chance to break through at least 2 minor realms or even more. Han Ju habitually checked his emails. Everyone had their own opportunities, including getting beaten up and unlocking a new map. After reaching the Great Tao Supreme Realm, although Han Ju could observe the entire chaos, many areas were isolated by a special force. He could only see how big it was and couldn't see everything contained in it. Therefore, in a sense, a Great Tao Supreme couldn't completely understand the chaos. Han Ju looked at the heavenly Tao after reading the emails. The 2 chaotic heavenly roads had been repaired. An endless stream of cultivators was coming and going. It was even more prosperous than before the divine authority generals attacked. The Buddhist world and the Red Fate world were also connected to the immortal world. The heavenly Tao's providence circulated in the 3 realms. It was becoming more and more prosperous. Han Ju nodded in satisfaction and started to preach the Tao to the disciples in the 100-peak immortal river. Now, the number of disciples had already reached 15 million, and this was still under control. Han Zuetian and Li Xianao still controlled the authority of the hidden sect. Han Ju was still very confident in them and just checked occasionally. 100 years after the lecture, Han Ju came to the second Tao field and continued to preach the Tao to the 47 chaotic fiend celestials. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, 100 years later, the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial, Morong Chi, and the Crimson Fox began to break through to the Freedom Realm. Han Ju was very satisfied. The first tier of the Fiend Celestial army had finally caught up and could quickly surpass the other hidden sect disciples. This was normal. No matter how lucky Zhou Fan, Tao Sovereign, and the others were, their potential could not compare to the chaotic Fiend Celestials. Han Ju didn't disturb Li Yao and Dao Comprehension Sword and left quietly after the lecture. Back in the Dao field, Han Ju was about to cultivate when he suddenly felt something. His will jumped out of the heavenly Dao and arrived at the peak of the chaos. He looked up and landed at the edge of the chaos. He saw a universe. It was formed by a star that Han Ju had thrown out when he had attained the great Dao Supreme Realm. At this moment, a thread formed by the creation rule was connected to that universe. This thread was strengthening. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. Was this the sign of obtaining the creation rule? With such a power of creation, that universe would sooner or later give birth to living beings. Furthermore, the speed at which it evolved was faster than ordinary universes. Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. He might be able to rely on that universe to obtain the power of creation. Han Ju paid attention and his will returned to his main body to continue cultivating. In the mysterious palace, the divine-robed Taoist sat on his throne and looked down at a figure in the hall. This figure had a dragon head and a human body. He had a sinister expression and wore a white Taoist robe. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and his eyes were cold. You want to flatten the heavenly Tao? Stop fooling around. The divine-robed Taoist shook his head and smiled, his mockery obvious. Taoist Dragon Head said, that divine might heavenly sage is called the number one expert in the chaos. I naturally have to ask for guidance. I'm only here to inform you, lest you think I'm not giving you face. The divine-robed Taoist's expression turned strange. You're only a great Tao sage. How dare you challenge the divine might heavenly sage? Do you want to be cannon fodder? Humph, the great Tao sages have their own methods. If his divine might heavenly sage can destroy 10,000 divine authority generals, so can I. Hee hee. Humph. Taoist Dragon Head turned around and left. The divine-robed Taoist's eyes flickered. In the end, he didn't attack. After all, he couldn't figure out the other party's cultivation. In any case, he was definitely not Han Ju's match. To prevent any accidents, after Taoist Dragon Head left, the divine-robed Taoist sent a dream to Han Ju, but the other party didn't accept it. The divine-robed Taoist could only give up. He believed in Han Ju. The divine authority generals had already died for more than 200,000 years. The divine might heavenly sage had already been given the strongest title in the chaos. Furthermore, a mysterious force was deliberately promoting the divine might heavenly sage. The details of Han Ju killing 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike spread. Under such a reputation, there was actually someone who dared to challenge Han Ju. The divine-robed Taoist couldn't figure it out. He thought for a moment and sent a dream to heavenly venerate Xian Du to tell him about this. Outside the heavenly Tao, dark forbidden zone, in sacred palace. The welcoming sacred palace's vicinity was no longer dark. Standing in front of the door, one could see the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was like the sun, dazzling. The two chaotic heavenly roads divided the dark forbidden zone into three parts, making it not very realistic. In the palace, heavenly venerate Xian Du, sect master Tian Ju, and the foolish sword sage sat opposite each other. Facing heavenly venerate Xian Du, the foolish sword sage was also very polite. Perhaps heavenly venerate Xian Du's cultivation level was far inferior to his, but his future achievements were definitely not bad. The power of the heavenly Tao was unstoppable. In addition, the foolish sword sage also had a relationship with Laozi. Heavenly venerate Xian Du repeated what the divine-robed Taoist had told him. It's not good to trouble you about this. Why don't you help? I'll also help you publicize your contributions and let all the living beings in the heavenly Tao worship you. The foolish sword sage said, leave this to me. I owe the divine might heavenly sage my life, so I naturally have to help. If not for Han Ju, he might have been killed by the divine authority generals first. 20,000 divine authority generals. Thinking back, his scalp went numb. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. The foolish sword sage said, I want to open a Tao field and recruit disciples in the heavenly Tao. What do you think, Heavenly Venerate? Heavenly Venerate Xian Du smiled. That's naturally a good thing. In the future, sages will also be a part of the heavenly Tao. His tone immediately became intimate. Sect Master Tianju had a strange expression. He did not expect Heavenly Venerate Xian Du to have such a side. He was very cold and indifferent to them. The foolish sword sage laughed and began to be polite with Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, getting closer and closer. Several hours later, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du left. The foolish sword sage smiled and asked meaningfully, Tianju, what do you think of Xian Du? Sect Master Tianju was stunned. The Heavenly Venerate has done his best for the heavenly Tao. I naturally admire him. The foolish sword sage smiled. However, the heavenly Tao's master is not him. You have to take sides well. Hee. Sect Master Tianju smiled. Are you bullshitting me? I'm the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's trusted aide. I'm even closer to him than Heavenly Venerate Xian Du. Of course, he wouldn't say this. The primordial heavenly prison was Hanju's secret. Hanju strictly forbade anyone from saying this, and he pretended not to remember it. Chapter 858 Establishment of the Third Tao Field. Chapter 858 Establishment of the Third Tao Field. Unknowingly, Hanju's seclusion time became 100,000 years. Another 100,000 years passed. During this period, Hanju felt a battle fluctuation outside the heavenly Tao. However, it ended very quickly and didn't harm the heavenly Tao, so he didn't pay too much attention. He opened his eyes on time after 100,000 years. It had been more than 600,000 years since he had attained the Great Tao Supreme Realm, but he was still far from the mid-stage. Hanju first looked near the heavenly Tao. The previous battle had long ended. There was no suspicious aura nearby and no traces of battle. Everything looked very normal, as if a battle had never occurred. He counted with his fingers and immediately lost interest when he learned that it was the foolish sword sage who had killed the attacker. He jumped to the chaos and began to observe the universe of stars he had thrown out. This universe had already developed as many stars as Hanju. They were dense and formed vortexes of stars of different sizes. They were dazzling. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, the creation rule was still nourishing this universe. All sorts of spirit chi appeared in the galaxy. The stars began to flow and gradually gained life. Hanju suddenly had an idea. He thought of establishing the third Tao field in this universe. In any case, Hanju no longer needed a new hiding place. When the time came, wouldn't it be even more beautiful to directly comprehend the power of creation in the third Tao field? After thinking, Hanju made up his mind. He first sent a dream to Liu Bei. The dream was in the Taoist temple. Hanju said, "There's no need to look anymore. Come back." Liu Bei opened his eyes and was stunned. "We're not looking anymore?" Liu Bei asked with a long face. Hanju frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Liu Bei muttered, "I'm trapped." Hanju asked, "By who?" "I'm not sure." Hanju frowned even more. After the dream was removed, Hanju asked in his mind, "Can I insta-kill the mysterious existence who trapped Liu Bei? 400 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" Too weak. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL. Hanju subconsciously wanted to ignore it, but after thinking about it, he decided to be steady. Continue. Yes, Hanju cursed silently. He was really cowardly. What was there to be stable about? He began to wait for Liu Bei to use the invocation technique. No matter what, Liu Bei was trembling in fear because of his orders. Even if he didn't contribute, he had worked hard. Han Ju couldn't let him be bullied. Han Ju's will had always been left in the Taoist temple so that he could revive when he died. After a while, a black vortex appeared in front of Han Ju. He activated all his supreme treasures and divine light burst out. Then, he stepped into the black vortex. Almost instantly, he arrived at a barren red land. Scorching heat surged from all directions. Han Ju moved Liu Bei in front of him as soon as he caught his aura. Liu Bei was overjoyed to see him. Han Ju ignored him as his gaze landed on a figure halfway up the mountain. This person had 3 eyes and exuded an evil aura. For some reason, Han Ju thought of the inauspicious evil. "Why are you trapping my clone?" Han Ju asked coldly. The other party opened his eyes and stared at him with 3 eyes. He suddenly stood up. "Great Tao Supreme, what an unfamiliar aura. No wonder I can't deduce this person's background. Since you're here, let's fight and test your ability," the other party said in an ancient and cold voice. Han Ju asked, "You have to say your name, right?" The other party said calmly, "I'm the Mad Tao." Han Ju suddenly condensed the heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial Dharma idol and punched him before he could finish speaking. The 10,000-foot-tall heavenly constellation Fiend Celestial bent its back forward and punched down from the sky. This punch was too fast. The mad Taoist was directly smashed by the mountain-like fist. Boom! The ground collapsed and dust flew, carrying countless magma. Immediately after, the entire star was covered in cracks and shattered, forming a circle of airwaves that expanded parallel to each other. The void twisted violently. Han Ju grabbed Liu Bei and stepped into the black vortex. The black vortex shrank. Han Ju held the primordial judgment sword and stood in front of the black vortex, waiting for it to shrink. He suddenly felt a powerful aura attack. He immediately waved his sword and the sword chi entered the black vortex, destroying Mad Taoist's body. At this moment, the black vortex vanished. Liu Bei heaved a sigh of relief. Han Ju suddenly turned around and used a great change-sealing palm to stop him. His sage sense entered Liu Bei's body and erased all the marks left behind by Mad Taoist. He only let go of Liu Bei after 10 breaths. Liu Bei asked carefully, "He did something to my body?" "Yes. Otherwise, how could he let you live for so long?" "True," Liu Bei said awkwardly. Han Ju waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. Liu Bei immediately bowed and left. "The Mad Taoist has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, Han Ju immediately checked the Mad Taoist's profile picture. Mad Taoist, mid-stage Great Tao Supreme Realm, chaotic life form, transcendent Tao expert. Because of your terrifying strength, he is afraid of you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, never heard of him." Han Ju didn't care. This hatred was nothing. After all, Liu Bei had accidentally entered the other party's Tao field. He was a reasonable person. The previous battle was already a lesson. He couldn't kill the other party just because he didn't like him. It wasn't easy to cultivate for countless years. Can I rely on the wisp of will in the Taoist temple to revive if I leave the heavenly Tao now and am killed by the chaotic consciousness or the 9th chaos? Han Ju asked in his mind in case the other party had extraordinary methods. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, that's good. Han Ju immediately jumped out of the heavenly Tao and rushed to the universe of stars as quickly as possible. He wanted to establish the 3rd Tao field in the universe of stars. He could also try to see if he would be attacked if he left the heavenly Tao. Han Ju was still very nervous. After all, he hadn't traveled the chaos for many years. Previously, it was at most a clone. This was the first time he used his main body. He moved quickly. Several breaths later, he arrived at the universe of stars. This was the speed of the great Tao, even if the chaos was vast. Han Ju floated above the universe of stars and looked down at the countless stars. He quickly found a huge star in the center and landed, then established the third Tao field. Third Tao field has been successfully established. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Then, he felt an invisible force circle an area of 10 million kilometers, isolating the aura of the outside world. Spirit Qi and Connate Qi began to grow, indicating that the Tao field was about to be synchronized with the main Tao field and the second Tao field. Han Ju began to erase the aura, trajectory, and karma that descended into this universe of stars. All of this could not be seen with the naked eye, but he could use his will to erase it. This was also the reason why a great Tao Supreme could appear and disappear unpredictably. I want to know if anyone discovered me coming here now. Han Ju still asked cautiously. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? So expensive? Han Ju's heart skipped a beat. He chose to continue. No. Chapter 859 New Heavenly Tao. Chapter 859 New Heavenly Tao. No. Why did you deduct so much lifespan? Han Ju cursed angrily. However, the system was only a system and didn't communicate with him. On second thought, Han Ju thought it through. Perhaps because he was thinking about the ninth chaos, this question was equivalent to asking if the ninth chaos had discovered him. Yeah. He could only comfort himself like this. The third Tao field had been established. Although the spirit Qi was still steadily increasing, the defensive array formation of the Tao field was already the same as the main Tao field. Han Ju found a mountain peak and built a Taoist temple on it. It was just a matter of waving his hand. This Taoist temple was roughly the same as the Taoist temple in the 100-peak Immortal River, but there were no tables, chairs, or beds inside. The space was simple. He sat on the ground and began to comprehend the universe of stars. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, he tried to capture the power of creation. After spending several hours, Han Ju still couldn't comprehend anything from the power of creation, but he was not in a hurry. This required time. He planned to cultivate in the third Tao field from now on. The third Tao field would be his cultivation ground, and he would not let anyone come here. Time passed quickly. In the dark void, a figure was speeding. It was the mad Taoist who had suffered in Han Ju's hands. With his Tao field destroyed, the mad Taoist had no choice but to cultivate elsewhere. He had already traveled through the chaos for tens of thousands of years. The mad Taoist's three eyes scanned the surroundings. Light appeared in front of him. Looking closer, it was a huge tree. The branches were complicated, with each branch holding a universe. The galaxy was bright like a vortex. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 10 million universes on the tree. Every universe contained countless stars. Fusang Tree. After escaping the heavenly Tao for a period of time, the Fusang Tree was no longer the same as before. Its entire body emitted an ancient aura. Under the tree, countless meteors gathered and vaguely condensed into a continent. The mad Taoist quickly flew over and landed in front of the Fusang Tree. He sized it up and pondered. The Fusang Tree trembled slightly. It was very nervous. Little tree, don't worry. I'll cultivate near you and comprehend your time and space rules. I'll also help you if there are enemies, the mad Taoist said. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored the Fusang Tree and landed on a huge meteor under the tree. He began to meditate and cultivate. The Fusang Tree calmed down. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, the Fusang Tree did not speak from the beginning to the end. Time passed quickly. 200,000 years passed. The heavenly Tao had already been renewed. The third chaotic heavenly road was already in creation. Countless geniuses appeared in the immortal world. Even the mortal worlds of the heavens began to rise. The number one loose heaven realm was no longer inferior to the immortal world before the heavenly Tao restarted. Outside the 33rd heaven, Tao seekers could be seen in front of every sage Tao field. It was extremely lively, and they were not afraid of disturbing the sages. This was because the sages were very open-minded and could only block the voices outside the Tao field with a thought. Buzhou Palace. Han Yu, Long Hao, and Qin Ling were meditating and chatting. Long Hao smiled and said, "Recently, many geniuses have appeared in the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Venerate seems to be preparing to introduce a new primordial 10 sages. Aren't you going to recruit disciples?" Han Yu said, "No need. I like peace and quiet." Qin Ling grinned. "I'm enough for Grandmaster. As for me, I look down on those juniors. My goal is even higher. I'm not only a sage. I want to pursue the divine might heavenly sage." After becoming a sage, he recalled that the benefactor of the divine palace he had encountered during his tribulation was the divine might heavenly sage. His heart warmed every time he thought of this. What kind of identity and status did the divine might heavenly sage have? He could still take time out of his busy schedule to take care of him. Wasn't this thinking highly of him? The scene of Han Ju killing 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike still shocked him. It spurred him to cultivate diligently and catch up. You want to catch up to my master?" Long Hao shook his head and laughed. Qin Ling said proudly, "I believe in my potential." Long Hao smiled faintly. He was also so arrogant back then. He wasn't the only one. The other geniuses of the hidden sect were the same. What a pity. The cruel reality told them that Han Ju's potential couldn't be caught up to. Long Hao smiled and said, "In that case, you have to help me. I've targeted a prodigy. He's currently in the Earth immortal world and has even wandered in the reincarnation space before. Immortal Emperor Samsara is already a heavenly Tao sage, but this fellow rarely interacts with sages. Come with me to visit him." Han Yu hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Qin Ling naturally had no objections. The three sages immediately stood up and walked out of the palace. Along the way, they passed by a woman in green. Qin Ling nodded at her. The woman in green looked at Han Yu and asked, "Senior, where are you going?" "I'll follow you." Han Yu glanced at her and nodded slightly. Long Hao pondered and smiled meaningfully. This was only a reflection of the sages walking around. As more and more heavenly Tao sages appeared, the relationship between the sages was not as close as before. They began to have their own circles. The leader of the sages was still heavenly Venerate Xian Du. The divine might heavenly sage was a legend. The sages usually did not dare to disturb him, but they knew who was supporting the heavenly Tao. As the heavenly Tao became stronger, its connection with the chaos also increased. It greatly became the center of the chaotic domain in this area. This was naturally fueled by the divine robe Taoist. Li Xianao and Han Zuetian were in charge of the hidden sect and didn't dare to disturb Han Ju. Han Ju cultivated very comfortably in the third Tao field. He felt that life was peaceful again. He really hoped that this would be the case in the future, allowing him to cultivate to the Tao creator realm in peace. The primordial world had already doubled in size after 200,000 years. Han Ju also comprehended the creation rule. Because the great Tao of extreme origin contained the truths of the 3,000 great Tao and included the creation rule, his cultivation was very smooth. However, the creation rule was too complicated. He still needed a long time to comprehend it before he could completely master it. On this day, Han Ju opened his eyes and checked his emails. Ever since most of the chaotic fiend celestials had been wiped out, the chaos was very calm. The evil heavenly emperor did not fight everywhere. Only Tao's sovereign and the other three were beaten up everywhere. Han Ju was suddenly attracted by an email. Your son Han Tuo received guidance from your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, and learned a mystical power. It was not only Han Tuo, but also Qin Ling. What does the primordial ancestor god want? Using my son to threaten me? Han Ju thought for a moment and decided to visit Han Tuo in his dreams. The dream was the human city back then. Han Tuo had a head full of white hair and a strong figure. His entire body emitted a powerful aura. He opened his eyes and hurriedly bowed when he saw Han Ju. He was very excited, but he still restrained himself. He looked at him with admiration. Han Ju asked, "How have you been?" Han Tuo said, Tian and I are cultivating in the domain of the leader of the divine spirits. Everything is fine. The leader of the divine spirits? Han Ju asked. Han Tuo hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Father, I feel that the previous divine authority generals attacking the heavenly Tao hundreds of thousands of years ago was probably the arrangement of the leader of the divine spirits. Therefore, I want to stay by his side and obtain his trust to become his pawn." Chapter 860 Greatest Assurance. Chapter 860 Greatest Assurance. What makes you think you can trick the leader of the divine spirits? Do you know how great the difference in cultivation level is? Han Ju asked expressionlessly. Han Tuo said, "I'm in the freedom realm. He's in the great Tao supreme realm. He's only 2 major realms away. I've never mentioned you in front of him. As long as he has ulterior motives, he won't directly attack me even if he suspects me." Han Ju waved his sleeve and in an instant, the dream changed. 3,000 great Tao appeared under their feet like beams of light crisscrossing. Below them was the entire chaos. Han Tuo widened his eyes and turned to look down at the chaos. He was shocked, and his eyes lit up. The 3,000 great Tao were not only beams of light, but also the truths of the great Tao. They invisibly attacked his soul. With just a glance, he could see the countless Tao pursuers above the great Tao and see the myriad worlds floating around. Han Tuo seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. He saw the high and mighty 7 supreme rules like the brightest stars guiding the entire chaos. "What's that?" Han Tuo muttered to himself. It had been a long time since he was so shocked. Han Ju said, "This is the domain of the great Tao. Please keep reading on MYB0xN0VL, He raised his hand and waved it, pulling Tian's figure out of the chaos. Immediately after, illusions appeared behind Tian. They were all about Tian's past and future, including who he had interacted with. Han Tuo was silent. He understood what Han Ju meant and suddenly felt that it was a ridiculous thing to do. He had underestimated the power of the great Tao Supreme. Han Tuo was no longer the brat from back then. He had experienced many things. Although he was proud now, he also understood many principles. He often recalled his experiences and understood one thing. Although he didn't dare to admit it, the truth was that all his opportunities couldn't escape Han Ju's eyes. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. "Father, what should I do?" Han Tuo asked carefully. This time, he did not dare to be careless or promise anything. He wasn't stupid and knew that the leader of the divine spirits was keeping to threaten Han Ju. It would be too sinful if the enemy harmed his father because of him. So far, he had yet to repay him. Actually, it was not only Han Tuo. The disciples of the hidden sect also had this problem. They wanted to repay Han Ju, but he didn't need it. This fellow had been in seclusion and there was almost no trouble. Han Ju said, "Let nature take its course. Don't have any thoughts of plotting against the leader of the divine spirits. I'll think of a way if there's a chance to escape." Han Tuo could only nod. Han Ju instructed again and removed the dream. Opening his eyes, Han Ju sighed. "Please keep reading on MYB0xN0VL, then," he smiled again. "Interesting," Han Ju muttered to himself with excitement in his eyes. After cultivating for a long time, it had been quite boring. The primordial ancestor god was his mortal enemy, to begin with. Now that Han Tuo was causing trouble for him, he was a little happy. There was still someone who needed him. No one looked for Han Ju after 200,000 years. Even Xing Hongxian was busy cultivating. Han Ju still felt a sense of loneliness deep in his heart. Can I insta-kill the primordial ancestor god now? 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Han Ju directly gave up on using the dark forbidden zone. He still had to curse. Han Ju thought silently. Then, he teleported to the main Dao field and observed the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao's development was still smooth. With the foolish sword sage, Red Fate, and great sage Void Soul guarding outside the heavenly Dao, it could be said to be impregnable. After watching for a while, Han Ju stood up and walked out of the Daoist temple to visit Xing Hongxian. After entering the temple, he sat beside Xing Hongxian and chatted with her. Xing Hongxuan's cultivation level was also steadily increasing. She was very happy to see Han Ju and quickly took the initiative to chat non-stop. Han Ju was sometimes very curious about Xing Hongxuan's personality. She had always been in seclusion, but this woman always had endless things to say and would never be cold. After a long time, Han Ju talked about Han Tuo. In any case, the Dao field could isolate the leader of the divine spirits from prying, and he was not afraid of being discovered. Xing Hongxian consoled, he did it for you. Don't blame him too much. She stared at Han Ju carefully and suddenly smiled. I see that you're also very happy. You actually came to find me for this. That's true. You're the high and mighty divine might heavenly sage. Usually, the disciples don't dare to disturb you. The hidden sect and the heavenly Dao are also under your control. Even if the sky collapses, they can't threaten you. It's rare for something to make you worried. Han Ju asked, do you think our son will cause such trouble like Han Tuo in the future? Xing Hongxian covered her mouth and laughed. In my opinion, he can cause more trouble than Tuor. Tuor is already not bad. How many times has he troubled you since he was young? Our son's potential is so big. He will definitely be extraordinary in the future. There will only be endless trouble. Han Ju smiled. I see. Then, let him not be born in case it's troublesome. Sure, I don't think he can come out anymore. Do you sound like a mother? Hee, we can always have another child. You're the only husband I have. How can I harm you if you're afraid of trouble? The two of them joked. Han Ju left several days later. Han Ju was in a better mood after chatting with Xing Hongxian. As for his youngest son, he was still in her womb. Han Ju already had an idea. When he gathered the 9 primordial fragments, he would use the primordial chaos great creation to elevate his bloodline. This way, his youngest son would be the only primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju was already looking forward to that day. After returning to his Daoist temple, Han Ju thought of Liu Bei and was about to summon him. Originally, he did not want to let the third Dao field go, but Liu Bei had suffered in the chaos for so many years. He couldn't be neglected. Although Liu Bei was a clone, he used the body of the victorious fighting Buddha. His intelligence was already independent. Liu Bei was uneasy but also excited as he arrived at Han Ju's Daoist temple. After returning, he was indeed very disappointed, but he blamed himself more. After all, he didn't complete the mission and still needed Han Ju to personally rescue him. Han Ju didn't say anything else and brought him to the third Dao field. Liu Bei was stunned when he saw that everything in the Daoist temple had changed. This is the third Dao field. Cultivate with me in the future. I asked you to go to the chaos to find the third Dao field. I think it's indeed difficult for you, Han Ju said. Liu Bei was grateful and hurriedly thanked him. Looking at his only independent clone, Han Ju's gaze softened. You and I have been together for more than 3 million years. I have indeed neglected you. Not only you, but many people have also been neglected by me. Liu Bei hurriedly said, how can that be? If not for the fact that you've been cultivating in seclusion and can always resist the incoming experts, we would have died long ago. You've already provided us with the best cultivation environment and the greatest sense of security. We're not being neglected. Regardless of whether Liu Bei meant it or not, Han Ju felt very comfortable. He didn't say anything else and started to preach. The great Tao of extreme origin instantly covered Liu Bei. It was unknown if Han Ju did it on purpose, but his Tao voice echoed throughout the entire third Tao field. Chapter 861 4 million years old, Upgrade of the Book of Misfortune. Chapter 861 4 million years old, Upgrade of the Book of Misfortune. Han Ju spent 1,000 years preaching to Liu Bei, allowing him to completely step onto the path of the great Tao of extreme origin. After that, he didn't chase Liu Bei out and let him cultivate in the Taoist temple. The Taoist temple fell silent. Han Ju continued to comprehend the power of creation. Time passed quickly. The universe of stars kept evolving. More and more stars appeared and gathered to form a magnificent galaxy and sea of stars. There were also thousands of forms in the stars, and the entire universe became colorful. On the other side, in the depths of the chaos, Huang Zuantian was the first to land on a barren continent. Please keep reading on MYB0X and 0VL. Everyone, start searching in groups of 3. You must find the fiend celestial origin. Huang Zuantian instructed. With that said, the hundreds of lives immediately dispersed. Then, Huang Zuantian flew alone and quickly traveled above the ground. It should be here. A voice sounded in Huang Zuantian's mind. It was primordial origin. They had long fused. Primordial origin was now assisting Huang Zuantian. Although he had failed to break through to the primordial fiend celestial, his ambitions had never been extinguished. Huang Zuantian asked in his mind, what should I do after finding the fiend celestial origin? Revive the fiend celestial? How is that possible? I want you to become a chaotic fiend celestial before turning into the primordial fiend celestial. Primordial fiend celestial. Huang Zuantian's heart skipped a beat and his expression became complicated. The legend of the primordial fiend celestial had long spread throughout the chaos. In the past, everyone treated the primordial fiend celestial as the greatest evil, but everything changed again ever since the chaotic fiend celestials were destroyed by the divine authority generals. Unknowingly, all living beings had already begun to forget the primordial fiend celestial. All sorts of rumors pointed to the great Tao divine spirits, claiming that the primordial fiend celestial was only a pretense. The great Tao divine spirits used the excuse of capturing the primordial fiend celestial to destroy the chaotic fiend celestials. It was the truth. Huang Zuantian originally thought that the primordial fiend celestial was fabricated. He didn't expect it to really exist. Will I be discovered by the great Tao divine spirits if I become a primordial fiend celestial? Huang Zuantian asked in his mind. Don't worry. No one in the world has seen a primordial fiend celestial, including the oldest divine spirits. Huang Zuantian was relieved when he heard that. His eyes revealed anticipation. An hour later. A voice sounded, Life Lord, the fiend celestial origin is here. Huang Zuantian immediately moved away. Please keep reading on MYB0X and 0VL. He came to a bottomless valley. A life floated in the air and looked down. Huang Zuantian immediately entered the valley and disappeared. 100,000 years passed. Han Ju opened his eyes. Liu Bei was no longer in the Taoist temple. Liu Bei had quietly left tens of thousands of years ago. He looked outside the Taoist temple. Liu Bei was under a tree, with flowers and plants within a radius of 50 feet. They were red and green. Hanju smiled. He deliberately covered the third Tao field with the great Tao of extreme origin because he wanted to give birth to lives when he preached the Tao to Liu Bei. The universe without living beings was deathly silent. He had to create living beings if he wanted to comprehend the power of creation. In the entire universe of stars, only Hanju's third Tao field had flowers for now. The flowers were also spirits, but they were faint and not worth mentioning. But this was a good start. Hanju didn't mind. He just left it to time. He checked the emails. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has fused with the fiend celestial origin and transformed into a chaotic fiend celestial. Your disciple Dao Sovereign has grasped the chaotic domain. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor established the Heavenly God General. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage comprehended the Sword Dao and was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your disciple Zhou Fan discussed the Dao with your enemy, the Seven Dao Sage. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara has comprehended the great Tao of reincarnation. His soul has entered the great Tao. Your enemy Primordial Ancestor God has fused with a Divine Authority General and suffered a backlash. Huang Zuantian had become a chaotic fiend celestial. It was so easy. Hanju raised his eyebrows. This primordial origin was interesting. The chaotic fiend celestial was not so easy to replace. Below that were mostly opportunities. Zhou Fan and the Seven Dao Sage were together again. Zhou Fan's favorability did not decrease, which meant that he was not bewitched by the other party. The two of them might be friends. No matter what, Zhou Fan indeed owed the Seven Dao Sage. If not for him, Zhou Fan would have died thousands of times. Hanju narrowed his eyes. His attention was attracted by the primordial ancestor god. What was this fellow doing? He had actually fused with a divine authority general. It seemed that this fellow was indeed very careful, afraid that he would fail in the battle with Hanju. Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and immediately started cursing the primordial ancestor god. However, his curse missed. He couldn't curse the primordial ancestor god at all. This made him very angry. No matter how angry he was, he could only give up. Then, Hanju teleported to the main Dao field. He began to observe the heavenly Dao. There was no danger. The foolish Sword Sage, Red Fate, and Great Sage Void Soul were still cultivating in peace. Everything seemed so calm. Hanju returned to the third Dao field after observing the situation. He suddenly thought of Jiang Juesher. His expression changed as his will jumped onto the chaos. His gaze quickly captured Jiang Juesher. Jiang Juesher was still wandering in the chaos. Hanju began to fabricate a lie and moved the space where Jiang Juesher was to the vicinity of the universe of stars. He moved so quickly that Jiang Juesher didn't even notice. Hanju smiled. He began to look forward to the scene of Jiang Juesher accidentally entering the universe of stars. Then, he continued cultivating. Year after year passed. Nearly 20,000 years later. Detected that you are 4 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and promote the reputation of the primordial fiend celestial. You can obtain a great Dao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a great Dao sage level guard. 2. Maintain your seclusion and cultivate in a low-profile manner. Stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Dao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Dao spirit stone. Hanju's eyes lit up. He had never yearned to obtain the heavenly Dao spirit stone so much. Furthermore, the system was so considerate. It didn't put the heavenly Dao spirit stone in the first option. He immediately chose the second option. You chose to maintain your seclusion and cultivate in a low-profile manner. You obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Ju took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of fiend celestial qi. He then took out the heavenly Tao spirit stone and the Book of Misfortune and chose to fuse them. The Book of Misfortune was already a great Tao supreme treasure. Above that was the ultimate Tao treasure. The ultimate Tao treasure, the Book of Misfortune, should be able to curse the primordial ancestral god. Han Ju was looking forward to it. The primordial ancestor god was fusing with a divine authority general. This was not a good thing. He had to resolve it as soon as possible. He waited for the Book of Misfortune to level up after fusing with the heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Ju didn't wait in vain and continued cultivating outside the Taoist temple. Under the tree. Liu Bei opened his eyes and looked at a white flower in front of him. This white flower was 30 centimeters tall and had leaves like swords. It has finally begun to absorb spirit qi. I wonder how its potential is, Liu Bei muttered with anticipation. He knew that his potential was average, so he wanted to nurture a team for Han Ju. He was already a sage. Previously, he had used his sage sense to observe this universe. The entire universe was still in the process of derivation. Perhaps a world-shattering genius would be born in the future. Chapter 862 Crazy Curse, Septillion. Chapter 862 Crazy Curse, Septillion. Liu Bei began to preach the Tao to the white flower in front of him, not caring if it could listen. Most of the area in the third Tao field was still barren. Only the area under the tree was covered in flowers. Year after year passed. The Book of Misfortune was finally upgraded after 89,000 years. It was upgraded from a great Tao supreme treasure to an ultimate Tao treasure. The great Tao supreme treasure was the same as a chaotic supreme treasure. The great Tao level was the same as the chaotic level. The reason the Book of Misfortune was not a chaotic supreme treasure was probably that it was related to the great Tao. After successfully upgrading, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune. A black light burst out and shone on his face. The terrifying curse power contained in the Book of Misfortune made the book itself heavy. Even he, a great Tao supreme, felt his heart palpitate. What kind of monster had he nurtured? Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, Han Ju felt a little uneasy. Will the Book of Misfortune cause a backlash on me? 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. That was good. It seemed that he had to be more cautious when upgrading next time. Han Ju took a deep breath, held the Book of Misfortune, and started cursing the primordial ancestor god. I knew it. This time, he could finally curse the primordial ancestral god. Han Ju's body shook and he immediately cursed with all his might. The violent curse power was like a chaotic tsunami that swept towards the primordial ancestor god with unstoppable force. At the same time, in a bright sky, circular stone platforms floated. A figure emitting divine light was meditating on the highest stone platform. All sorts of strange beasts ran around him, and his true appearance could not be seen. Primordial ancestor god. He suddenly opened his eyes. The divine light couldn't cover his cold eyes, as if he could see through everything in the world. Dark Forbidden Lord, the primordial ancestor god said a name in his mind. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL, he panicked. This was the first time he had been cursed. One had to know that he had the chaotic divine body and could not be cursed by karma. What was going on? He subconsciously thought of Han Ju when he thought of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju was very likely the Dark Forbidden Lord. After all, this fellow had once killed 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike. However, Han Ju had been hiding in the Tao field. Even he, the leader of the divine spirits, couldn't spy on his Tao field. What if the Dark Forbidden Lord was not Han Ju? The primordial ancestor god suddenly thought of such a possibility. The dark forbidden lord was too mysterious and couldn't be deduced at all. He could deduce and know Han Ju's past when the latter left his Dao field. Apart from the time Han Ju hid in the Dao field, he indeed didn't curse anyone when he went out. Who else could it be but Han Ju? The devil ancestor? The life lord? Or the illusory Dao ancestor? The primordial ancestor god guessed as he resisted the curse. He was frustrated. He gradually lost control of the chaos ever since the Dao ancestor disappeared. The primordial ancestor god couldn't figure it out. He only felt that other existences wanted to stir the chaos. Although he was the leader of the divine spirits, the higher he stood, the more afraid he was. At least, he knew that there was a terrifying existence above the great Tao, but it was not in the chaos. Just like that, day after day passed. The primordial ancestor god cancelled out the curse, so he did not panic. However, the curse power suddenly increased 5 days later. The primordial ancestor god was shocked and hurriedly tried his best to block. However, the curse power soared with an unstoppable force. It was 1,000 times stronger than before, 10,000 times stronger. How is this possible? What power is this? A storm brewed in the primordial ancestor of God's heart. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju cursed with all his might. The Book of Misfortune emitted wisps of strange black aura that formed a fog that filled the temple. As he stared at his lifespan, he opened the emails and checked the situation. His lifespan decreased rapidly. 10 billion years. 100 billion years. 1 trillion years. 10 trillion years. Han Ju was already prepared to bleed. Since he wanted to curse, he would curse the primordial ancestor god until he was crippled. His lifespan continued to decrease. Han Ju lost 10 quadrillion years of his lifespan after a long time. Because of your curse, the great Tao of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was damaged. Only damaged? Han Ju continued cursing. He didn't want to curse the primordial ancestor god to death. At the very least, he wanted to severely injure him and not give him a chance to fuse with the divine authority general. Han Ju suddenly felt something at this moment. As he cursed, he looked at the chaos. Someone had achieved the supreme realm. Only a great Tao supreme could sense it. Above the 3,000 great Tao, a will was looking down at the chaos, just like him back then. However, Han Ju couldn't see his true appearance. Han Ju didn't mind and didn't want to offend the other party. He focused on cursing. He no longer cared about those who had just entered the great Tao supreme realm. Han Ju secretly decided to contribute a septillion years of his lifespan to curse the primordial ancestor god. Yes. A septillion years. Han Ju's eyes turned colder. Soon, his lifespan decreased by 100 quadrillion years. Even so, he did not trigger a second email. The primordial ancestor god was something. Han Ju gritted his teeth and persisted. 200 quadrillion years. 300 quadrillion years. 400 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, the great Tao of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, cracked and his Tao heart was damaged. Continue. 500 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, the cultivation of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, has declined. The supreme power is in chaos. Not enough. Han Ju's eyes turned red. It was not that his body was burdened, but that he would break the record for spending his lifespan. 600 quadrillion years. 700 quadrillion years. Because of your curse, your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, has developed mental demons in his Tao heart. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, has destroyed his mental demon. He has comprehended the supreme rules and his cultivation has increased. As expected of you. Then continue. Han Ju didn't panic at all. The number he had prepared to spend hadn't reached the minimum lifespan number yet. 800 quadrillion years of lifespan. 900 quadrillion years of lifespan. Because of your curse, the great Tao of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was damaged. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, suffered a backlash from the divine authority general. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, used his will to recover his body in cultivation. Ha! Let's see who can afford to waste more lifespan. The Book of Misfortune trembled slightly and a strange black aura surrounded Hanju. 1 quintillion years. Hanju cursed patiently. At the same time, a ball of qi appeared in the absolute darkness at the edge of the chaos. This qi quickly condensed into a figure and slowly stepped out of the darkness. He wore a black robe and blood-stained black armor under it. His black hair fluttered wantonly and his face was cold. His eyes were pale and did not have black pupils. Leader of the divine spirits, your Tao is in shambles. I didn't expect you to have such a day. The black-robed white-eyed man sneered and walked towards the chaos. Every step crossed the vast chaotic domain and constantly approached the 3,000 great Tao. 3 quintillion years. Because of your curse, the cultivation of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, has decreased greatly. His body has been destroyed. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, used the power of the great Tao to recover his body in cultivation. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Where did this little angel come from? Well done. Hanju became even more excited and continued cursing. 4 quintillion years. 5 quintillion years. Because of your curse, the sole origin of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was damaged. Chapter 863 Ultimate God of Punishment, Taolist Deep Region. Chapter 863 Ultimate God of Punishment, Taolist Deep Region. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, used his will to recover his body. Hanju was secretly shocked by the primordial ancestor god's tenacity. This fellow was something. He fought with others as he endured his curse. However, this time, the primordial ancestor god did not recover his cultivation. Continue cursing. I'll take his life when he's down. Adding insult to injury was the best revenge against the enemy. 6 quintillion years. 7 quintillion years. 8 quintillion years. Because of your curse, the soul of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was severely injured. His Tao heart has shattered. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. His body and soul were destroyed. Hanju was stunned. Was he dead? However, his curse did not fail. He immediately checked his interpersonal relationships and found the primordial ancestor god's portrait. The portrait was still there, which meant that he had yet to die. Hanju suddenly felt a sense of sorrow at this moment. He wasn't the only one. All living beings in the heavenly Tao and even the chaos were the same. Where Hanju looked up. The 3,000 great Tao trembled. Golden rain fell from all directions, causing a natural phenomenon. The leader of the divine spirits was killed by me, the ultimate god of punishment. From today onwards, I am the leader of the divine spirits and control the chaotic order. All great Tao divine spirits, come and greet me. A domineering voice resounded through the chaos. Only those who had reached the great Tao could hear it. In other words, even a freedom sage could not hear this voice. Ultimate god of punishment? Who was that? Hanju was secretly puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. He did not relax and continued cursing. Please keep reading 0 and MYB 0xn0 VEL. Since the primordial ancestor god wanted to fake his death, he would fulfill his wish and curse him to death. 1. 9 quintillion years. 2 quintillion years. Because of your curse, the divinity of your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, was destroyed. His eternal providence has shattered. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, is protected by the supreme rules. His origin soul is sealed. Han Ju's curse missed after that. He felt like he suddenly missed a step as he walked. It was very unpleasant. He put away the book of misfortune and heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least the primordial ancestor god could not come out for the time being. His hatred for the ultimate god of punishment was probably greater. Han Ju smiled in satisfaction. He asked in his mind, I want to know about the ultimate god of punishment. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Ultimate god of punishment, perfected great Tao supreme realm, transcendent Tao expert, chaotic origin spirit, great Tao controller. When the chaos first opened, other than the chaotic fiend celestials who represented the 3,000 great Tao, there was also a batch of chaotic origin spirits that contained the great creation of the chaos. The ultimate god of punishment is one of them. Perfected great Tao supreme realm. No wonder he dared to attack the primordial ancestor god. Han Ju asked in his mind, can I insta-kill the ultimate god of punishment? 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Han Ju was a little disappointed. He could only hope that the ultimate god of punishment wouldn't find trouble with him after he took over. The ultimate god of punishment's appearance meant that some ancient mighty figures were hidden in the chaos. They hid in their respective supreme domains and rarely walked around. However, this was normal. The chaos existed for countless years. Just calculating how many years the heavenly Tao had been born was enough, let alone the chaos. Even Laozi, a living being of the heavenly Tao, could climb to the great Tao supreme realm, let alone the chaotic living beings born before the heavenly Tao. Han Ju mourned for the chaotic fiend celestials. In the past, the chaotic fiend celestials were high and mighty. The chaotic origin spirits were like mortals in front of them and could only shiver. Time passed and the great Tao changed. Now, most of the chaotic fiend celestials had perished. Those who were still alive were all struggling at death's door and were no longer enough to control the situation. How tragic. Han Ju was only a fake chaotic fiend celestial, so he wasn't affected. This was very comfortable, causing him to be in a good mood. He walked out of the Taoist temple and found Liu Bei. Liu Bei was still cultivating and didn't feel his approach. He only woke up when Han Ju coughed. He hurriedly stood up and bowed. Han Ju said, you want to nurture living beings? Liu Bei replied, I know that my potential can't catch up to yours. Why don't I help you control this universe? I see that this universe has great potential and there are no factions around. He began to talk as if he was making a report. Han Ju interrupted, work hard in that case. But don't forget your cultivation. With that, he turned around and left. As he walked, he waved his sleeve as if he was stirring the wind, but he was actually scattering the great Tao of extreme origin. He spread the great Tao of extreme origin to the entire universe of stars. An invisible great Tao spread throughout the universe. Cultivators would comprehend it one day. However, the universe of stars was still far from giving birth to living beings. Han Ju had an idea. He wanted to speed up the time in this universe, but the power of creation was not enough. Time could be increased at will as long as there was enough power of creation. A day in the Tao field was enough for 10 billion years to pass in the universe of stars. However, this universe would collapse sooner or later and turn into nothingness if he accelerated the time and the power of creation was not enough. It wouldn't even be a flash in the chaos. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju expanded the primordial world in the depths of his soul while comprehending the power of creation. In the darkness, a stream of air pierced through, accompanied by a single-sided wind. 4 people walked in the wind. They were Dao's sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, Jiang Yi, and Lao Dan. Dao's sovereign turned to look at Lao Dan behind him and urged, "Old man, why are you staying behind? Hurry up and lead the way." Lao Dan said angrily, "There's only one path. Why do you need a guide?" Zhao Xianyuan said in a strange tone, "This old fellow is still angry. He was clearly the one who coveted the treasure and was hated by the other party. He even blamed us for being rude and offending him." Lao Dan exploded upon hearing this. "He's a great Tao sage. How can I covet his treasure? If not for the fact that I'm related to Laozi, all of you would have died," Lao Dan said indignantly, blowing his nose and glaring. Jiang Yi said, "Is Laozi as famous as the divine might heavenly sage? Believe it or not, if we say that we are the disciples of the divine might heavenly sage, he will immediately welcome us with a smile. He, how can you prove it? Isn't the heavenly Tao's freedom sage enough proof?" Lao Dan was silent. Although the development of the heavenly Tao was ferocious, there were indeed few freedom sages. The Tao sovereign and the other two's providence was indeed easy to distinguish. Zhao Xianyuan turned around and hooked his arm around Lao Dan's neck. He pulled him to the front and smiled. "Old man, why are you gambling? We're on the same boat. We'll live and die together. You have to guide the way when we reach the Taoless deep region." Tao's sovereign asked, "Is there really a huge opportunity in the Taoless deep region?" Lao Dan shook off Zhao Xuanyuan's hand and pinched his beard. He smiled and said, "Of course. The place where Pangu revived is in the Taoless deep region. There are no great Tao rules, no karma, and no time. A huge battle erupted there. Before Pangu split the sky, at least 100 chaotic fiend celestials died in the Taoless deep region. How can the treasures they left behind not be great opportunities?" Chapter 864 Change of Position, 5 Great Divine Punishers. Chapter 864 Change of Position, 5 Great Divine Punishers. Then, how can you be sure that Pangu didn't loot all those treasures? Jiang Yi asked with a frown. Lao Dan rolled his eyes and said, "Pangu is not such a person. He was also the one who revealed the address of the Taoless deep region." Jiang Yi was skeptical. Zhao Xianyuan was deep in thought. Tao's sovereign said, "Laozi, the heavenly sect master, and the heavenly lord of primordial beginning are formed by Pangu's essence soul. It's normal for them to be taken care of by Pangu." Lao Dan raised his head proudly, as if saying, "Hurry up and praise me. By the way, is the Taoless deep region dangerous?" Jiang Yi suddenly asked. Tao's sovereign and Zhao Xianyuan immediately looked at Lao Dan. Lao Dan was stunned. He thought of his experiences over the years and shivered. Could it be? No. Impossible. How could he be so unlucky? Lao Dan turned to look at Tao's sovereign and the other two with a faint gaze. Tao's sovereign and the other two were embarrassed by the stare and turned their heads away. In the endless sky, amidst layers of clouds, the divine-robed Taoist landed on a circular stone platform. Dozens of great Tao divine spirits were around him, all chatting. The leader of the divine spirits has really changed. I'm not sure. Who is the ultimate god of punishment? I've heard of him. He's said to be an ancient existence who survived the Fiend Celestial era. The Fiend Celestial era. That's indeed impressive. The ultimate god of punishment had offended the leader of the divine spirits in the past and was sent to the lowest level of the chaos to suppress the evil vengeful spirits. I didn't expect him to return. The great Tao divine spirits discussed among themselves. The divine robe Taoist did not participate. Please keep reading 0 and MYB 0xN0VEL. Calm, he knew that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. He just had to wait and see. In any case, he had already betrayed the great Tao divine spirits. At this moment, the head of the Holy Mother of Order emerged from below. It was even larger than a mountain. It quickly rose and looked down at all the great Tao divine spirits. The great Tao divine spirits immediately bowed to her. The Holy Mother of Order did not say anything and waited in front of the stone platform. After a long while, a black light descended from the sky and landed on the stone platform. The ultimate god of punishment slowly walked out. His black hair was still disheveled, and the blood on his black armor was still there, as if it could never be washed away. The terrifying killing intent shocked the divine spirits into retreating. The atmosphere was solemn. The ultimate god of punishment scanned all the divine spirits and asked, "Who else isn't here?" The great Tao divine spirits looked at each other and did not dare to answer. The ultimate god of punishment smiled. "It's fine. I'll investigate clearly. Those who don't come today will die." The great Tao divine spirits were silent. "Holy Mother, long time no see. I didn't expect you to still be here." The ultimate god of punishment looked at the Holy Mother of Order and smiled. However, his smile was sinister and cold. The Holy Mother of Order replied indifferently, "I didn't expect you to still be here." The ultimate god of punishment smiled faintly. The Holy Mother of Order is called the Order, but she always attacks for the sake of so-called favor. She repeatedly violated the order and is considered to have severely neglected her duty. However, I am the new leader of the divine spirits. I will let bygones be bygones. The Holy Mother of Order was silent. The ultimate god of punishment scanned all the great Tao divine spirits and said, "From today onwards, the chaos should stir up a new chapter. The bad habits of the past cannot be left behind. I want the chaos to prosper and not be as dead as today. Everyone knows that the reason the chaos is like this is because of you. You're afraid of the rise of the younger generation. You're afraid of being replaced. However, this is a huge mistake. I request that each of you lead at least 100 worlds to develop. Every world must nurture a great Tao sage. This does not include the world you created. If you have already created the world, it must be destroyed. If you are unwilling, I will personally take action to destroy you and the world." The great Tao divine spirits were in an uproar, but no one dared to resist. The ultimate god of punishment continued, "The legend of the primordial fiend celestial is only a lie. The primordial chaos is a hypothesis. The time I survived far exceeds your imagination. However, I've never seen the primordial chaos with my own eyes, let alone the primordial fiend celestial. Previously, it was only an excuse used by the primordial ancestor god to eliminate the chaotic fiend celestials. There's no need to investigate the primordial fiend celestial in the future. If a new chaotic fiend celestial is born, don't make things difficult for it. There's no deadline for the mission I gave you previously. I'll investigate at any time. Once I start investigating, there won't be any mercy. The primordial ancestor god is already dead. I won't refuse if you want to follow in his footsteps. Primordial ancestor god." The great Tao divine spirits looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard the name of the leader of the divine spirits. The ultimate god of punishment waved his sleeve and turned around. "Go down and execute it. I'll split the great Tao divine spirits into 3 grades. The first grade is the highest and is the level of the Holy Mother of Order. The power and rules you control will also surpass the other great Tao divine spirits. This is your opportunity. I'll personally reshuffle the list. Who is the higher god and who is the lower god depends on your efforts." With that, he vanished. The great Tao divine spirits heaved a sigh of relief. They subconsciously turned to look at the Holy Mother of Order, but she had already disappeared. The divine spirits immediately left. They only dared to communicate after leaving this domain. The divine robed Taoist left alone. He wanted to tell Han Ju this news. A continent floated quietly under the dark purple starry sky. Han Tuo, Yi Tian, and the three great Tao divine spirits meditated and cultivated. The starry sky suddenly tore open and an eye appeared. It was 10 million times larger than this continent. The five new great Tao divine spirits suddenly looked up and saw the eye. They immediately stood up in fear. Being stared at by this eye, they felt a chill down their spines and felt uncomfortable. The primordial ancestor God has already been killed by me. I'm the ultimate God of punishment. I'll be the new leader of the divine spirits from today onwards. The five of you will follow me from now on and serve as the five great divine punishers to supervise the great Tao divine spirits. The ultimate God of punishment's voice fell softly, but the expressions of the five changed drastically. Although they didn't know who the primordial ancestor God was, they understood what he meant. The previous leader of the divine spirits was dead. Impossible. Han Tuo was the most shocked. Could it be arranged by his father? This voice was very unfamiliar to him. Could it be such a coincidence? He had just asked his father for help hundreds of thousands of years ago, and the leader of the divine spirits changed owners. Han Tuo didn't dare to think too much or tell anyone. The hole in the starry sky vanished. The ultimate God of punishment's eyes disappeared and everything returned to normal. Han Tuo and the others immediately met. They began to communicate and were all very shocked. They even guessed that it was a trap. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes, which meant that another 100,000 years had passed. He stood up and teleported to the main Tao field before jumping into the universal hall. Only Heavenly Venerate Xian Du was in the hall. Seeing Han Ju appear, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du immediately summoned the other sages. Heavenly Sage, I disturbed you because the situation in the chaos has changed, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said in a low voice. From fellow Taoist Han to a Heavenly Sage, their relationship had clearly changed. It felt like they were superior and subordinate. Han Ju didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he was secretly pleased. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Han Ju said, let's wait until all the sages are here. Soon, the other sages arrived. The foolish sword sage, Red Fate, great sage Void Soul, and the sacred true martial Buddha also came. After hundreds of thousands of years, they had already obtained the heavenly Tao merit and fused with the heavenly Tao's providence. They could barely come to the outside of the 33 heavens, but they still could not enter the 33rd heaven. They couldn't even create clones to enter the heavenly Tao. This was the heavenly Tao's self-protection ability. Chapter 865 Primordial Divine Clan, Battle of the Three Pure Sacred World. Chapter 865 Primordial Divine Clan, Battle of the Three Pure Sacred World. The leader of the divine spirits who agreed to fight with the heavenly sage has been killed. The new leader of the divine spirits has ascended the throne. The situation in the chaos is about to change. I'll first talk about what the divine robed Taoist told me. This new leader of the divine spirits, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du, scanned all the sages and slowly spoke. The sages were shocked and subconsciously looked at Han Ju upon hearing that the leader of the divine spirits had been killed. Han Ju's expression didn't change. He was reading the emails and ignored their gazes. A thought appeared in the sages' minds. Could the death of the leader of the divine spirits be related to the heavenly sage? That was the leader of the divine spirits who had lived for countless years. He had just agreed to fight with the divine might heavenly sage and then died. Han Ju could guess what they were thinking, but he didn't care. Wouldn't his prestige increase even if they determined that it was related to him? However, there were some things that they could think about but not say. Han Ju would remind them later. Email after email flashed in front of him. He suddenly noticed an email. Your enemy, the primordial ancestor god, dispersed his will and created the primordial divine clan. Interesting. Han Ju subconsciously checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that the portrait of the primordial ancestor of God was already gone. Was this considered complete death? No, he had probably lost consciousness and couldn't hate Han Ju anymore. He should continue to survive in the form of a race. Han Ju remembered the primordial divine clan. No matter what, the 10-million-year agreement was broken. Han Ju could cultivate in peace in the future. However, he couldn't figure out the ultimate god of punishment's attitude. The two of them had no grudge. He hoped that this fellow wouldn't be stupid. In Han Ju's opinion, the ultimate god of punishment was not as powerful as the primordial ancestor god. The ultimate god of punishment did not completely kill the primordial ancestor god even under his full-powered curse. It was enough to show the difference between the two. Han Ju continued reading the emails. Dao Sovereign and the other three were being beaten again. Han Ju couldn't understand them. Weren't they tired of it? Continue reading on 0 and MYB 0xn0 VEL, especially Lao Dan. Did he still need opportunities with the three pure sacred world behind him? The sages began to discuss after Heavenly Venerate Xian Du finished speaking. In that case, this ultimate god of punishment is still magnanimous. Indeed. The chaos has developed for so long, but it looks barren and desolate. The great Tao divine spirits indeed have to bear the main responsibility. Can the chaos carry so many living beings if all the living beings cultivate continuously? The chaos is endless. How can you imagine it? I also feel that something is wrong. Everything happened too suddenly. The sages discussed among themselves. The new sages did not speak. They didn't understand the chaos and did not dare to guess. There were more and more heavenly Tao sages now, including unfamiliar faces that Han Ju had never seen before. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "No matter what, it's a good thing for now. It won't affect the development plan of the heavenly Tao. I called you here today for the most important thing. Heavenly Tao will sooner or later collide with the three pure sacred world in this chaotic domain if it continues to develop. Already some worlds in the Heaven and Earth Alliance have joined forces with the heavenly Tao have changed sides." With that, he looked around at the sages. The heavenly Tao sages would occasionally leave the heavenly Tao, and many of them were related to the three pure sacred world. Foolish sword sage snorted. "We'll just fight if we bump into each other. What's there to be afraid of? Only Laozi and the heavenly sect master can make me afraid in the three pure sacred world. The others are just thieves." Red Fate nodded with disdain. Great Sage Void Soul didn't speak. His attitude depended on Han Ju. Qiu Shilai asked teasingly, "Heavenly Venerate, you dare to attack Laozi?" Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said, "The battle of the great Tao has nothing to do with the Tao legacy. The heavenly Tao and the three pure sacred world both want to continue becoming stronger and are close. They'll have to choose one day. One side will have to bow down if there's no conflict. The three pure sacred world comes from the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao has experienced so many calamities. There's no reason to bow down to the three pure sacred world." His words received the sage's agreement. Which branch would annex the main family? Wouldn't that be a huge joke? Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, "Try your best to rope them in. It's still early to start the war. Currently, the two territories are not connected. Time is the most beneficial to the heavenly Tao. The three pure sacred worlds' rules are not as perfect as the heavenly Tao's. Their development speed is far inferior to the heavenly Tao's. The heavenly Tao was different from other worlds. The various rules and order were already complete. The spirit chi was also abundant. The potential of living beings born was always higher than in other worlds. Rules couldn't be created casually with a high cultivation level. The other sages also gave suggestions. In short, they weren't afraid of the three pure sacred world. After a long while, Heavenly Venerate Xian Du looked at Han Ju and asked, "Heavenly Sage, say something." With that said, the universal hall fell silent. All the sages looked at Han Ju. Han Ju said, "Regarding what the divine robe Taoist said, we will pretend not to know. Just develop in peace and don't talk about it everywhere. As for the three pure sacred world, let nature take its course. When the day comes that we need to fight, the heavenly Tao won't be afraid, but we can't cause trouble in advance. Although we have passed the threat of the divine authority generals, the heavenly Tao's foundation is still too weak. The power above the sages is too scarce. Don't think about devouring others. Think about strengthening yourself." The sages nodded. The heavenly sage said, "Well, we still have to maintain our original intention. Don't be careless." Su Dudao said loudly with an excited expression. Yang Che added, "That's right. Thank you for the reminder, heavenly sage. We're indeed a little arrogant. This is not good. The heavenly sage is indeed the lamp that guides the way for our heavenly Tao." The other sages began to flatter him. The new sages had strange expressions, but they could only follow suit. Han Ju was expressionless and felt very comfortable. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du said a few things and then dismissed them. Han Ju stood up and prepared to leave. The foolish sword sage came up and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, do you want to spar? It's only a spar, not a death match." He added more words halfway, clearly feeling scared. Han Ju brushed past him and said, "Actually, killing 20,000 divine authority generals is not my limit. I can kill 10,000 of you. Look for me when you reach perfection." The foolish sword sage's smile froze, but he was not exasperated. He only turned around and looked deeply at his back. The other sages were shocked, but they didn't dare to show it. They didn't even dare to look at the foolish sword sage. The foolish sword sage was also a big shot they could not provoke. The divine robe Taoist sat on the throne. His gaze landed on a figure in the hall and he looked impatient. This figure was Taoist Dragon Head, who had wanted to find trouble with the heavenly Tao. He was killed by the foolish sword sage before he could touch the divine might heavenly sage. Fortunately, he had a method to revive. "Exalted God, you'll be threatened sooner or later if you let the heavenly Tao develop," Taoist Dragon Head said in a low voice. The divine robe Taoist said angrily, "Don't you know that I've already lost?" "Of course, I know. That's why I'm roping you in. If we join forces, we can definitely defeat the divine might heavenly sage." What a joke. You can't even defeat the foolish sword sage. How can you fight the divine might heavenly sage? Foolish sword sage. Wasn't the one who killed me the divine might heavenly sage? Bullshit. The divine robe Taoist became even more impatient. He had never seen such a stupid and arrogant great Tao sage. Chapter 866 Jiang Juesher's Arrival, Han Ju's Anticipation. Chapter 866 Jiang Juesher's Arrival, Han Ju's Anticipation. Taoist Dragon Head fell silent upon learning that he had not encountered the divine might heavenly sage. Impossible. Taoist Dragon Head was shocked. There was such an expert under the divine might heavenly sage. He suddenly felt glad that he did not go rashly and had a way to revive. Otherwise, he might have died in the heavenly Tao. Seeing that he was silent, the divine robe Taoist revealed a mocking expression. Even the divine authority generals can't enter the heavenly Tao. Who do you think you are? After a long while, Taoist Dragon Head looked up and said, "Exalted God, have you made up with the heavenly Tao?" He was not stupid. Thinking about it carefully, the divine robe Taoist's tone was more like he was protecting the heavenly Tao. The divine robe Taoist did not say anything. "Why don't you introduce me to the heavenly Tao?" Taoist Dragon Head asked. The divine-robed Taoist was stunned. This fellow. Taoist Dragon Head said seriously, since I can't defeat them, I'll join the heavenly Tao. There shouldn't be an existence stronger than the divine might heavenly sage in the current chaos, right? As for the previous ultimate god of punishment, in my opinion, he's only a so-so. After all, the leader of the divine spirits doesn't dare to attack the divine might heavenly sage. The divine-robed Taoist asked expressionlessly, so, why would you join the heavenly Tao? The divine-robed Taoist naturally had to think of a way to resolve it if this fellow wanted to scheme against the heavenly Tao. Speaking of which, his help to Hanju was minimal. At most, he would inform the heavenly Tao and take care of it. However, the heavenly Tao itself had Hanju, and its rise was already unstoppable. Taoist Dragon Head said, of course, it's to become the strongest. Previously, I wanted to flatten the heavenly Tao only to become famous. I already know that there's a difference between me and the divine might heavenly sage, so I naturally won't seek death. The divine-robed Taoist said in confusion, why don't you challenge other sages first if you want to become the strongest? For example, the 3 pure sages of the 3 pure sacred world. There has to be a way to become famous. Taoist Dragon Head felt that it made sense and agreed. Alright, I'll go to the 3 pure sacred world first. With that, Taoist Dragon Head turned around and left. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to say meaningfully, Exalted God, the primordial fiend celestial might be fake, but the great Tao immeasurable calamity is not fabricated. You should make plans early. With that, Taoist Dragon Head vanished. The divine-robed Taoist frowned. Continue reading on 0NMYB0XN0VEL.com. He originally thought that with the death of the chaotic fiend celestials and the leader of the divine spirits, the great Tao immeasurable calamity would not happen. After all, the chaos had already acknowledged that the primordial fiend celestial was only a legend. However, Taoist Dragon Head's words caused him to hesitate. Where did this fellow come from? The divine-robed Taoist muttered to himself. He suddenly realized that he did not understand Taoist Dragon Head. This fellow was too strange. It was as if he knew nothing about the chaos and thought that he could challenge the strongest by attaining the great Tao. Could he have been in seclusion somewhere for nearly 1,000,000 years? Then, who was his master? The divine-robed Taoist frowned and fell into deep thought. In the void. Jiang Juesher moved forward quickly, his white clothes fluttering with the wind. There were no traces of him around him. It was as if time had passed. His temperament became more and more extraordinary. A dazzling universe appeared in front of him. Countless galaxies were dotted with starlight, as beautiful as a painting. Jiang Juesher was attracted by this universe. For some reason, he felt that something was beckoning him in this universe. He immediately accelerated. This universe was the universe of stars created by Hanju. He had been waiting for Jiang Juesher to take the bait. Jiang Juesher quickly advanced and entered the universe of stars. He wandered around, his sage sense sweeping through the universe. He discovered that there was no life here, but it contained an aura that made him very comfortable. He couldn't tell what it was. At the same time, in the center of the universe of stars, in the third arena, Liu Bei noticed Jiang Juesher's arrival. He stared at him with a vigilant expression. After all, this universe was newly developed and could not withstand the destruction of outsiders. Liu Bei could sense that Jiang Juesher was very strong and didn't dare to speak rashly. Besides, he didn't have to worry with Hanju around. He was curious about what Jiang Juesher would do. After wandering around the universe of stars for a period of time, Jiang Juesher found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Hanju's 100,000 years of seclusion arrived. He had long sensed Jiang Juesher's arrival, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he headed to the second Tao field, released the newly born fiend celestials, and preached the Tao to them. 500 years passed. Han Ju returned to the third Dao field. He walked out of the Daoist temple and appeared in front of Liu Bei. "What do you think of that kid?" Han Ju asked. Liu Bei opened his eyes and was stunned. Then, he understood that Han Ju was talking about the cultivator who had accidentally entered the universe of stars. "He seems to be a heavenly Dao life form too?" Liu Bei asked carefully. Jiang Juesher's heavenly Dao providence was dense. After all, it had settled for more than 10,000 years. It was not so easy to dissipate it. Not bad. He didn't destroy the place wantonly. Instead, he found a place and entered seclusion quietly. He probably has a cautious and ascetic personality. Liu Bei deliberated. Han Ju told him about his past with Jiang Juesher. Liu Bei was moved. This child's talent is so terrifying. Liu Bei asked, "What do you need me to do?" Han Ju must have something to tell him. "You can befriend him and make him stay here." Han Ju smiled. The spirit qi here was still too weak and there was insufficient chaotic qi. Jiang Juesher probably couldn't stay for long. Liu Bei immediately agreed. Han Ju sent a wisp of his will into the tree. "In the future, just say the word when you enter or leave." This will was especially responsible for letting Liu Bei in and out. "All right." Liu Bei replied and watched him leave. Han Ju continued to comprehend the power of creation after he returned to the Daoist temple. He finally had a hint of understanding of the power of creation after hundreds of thousands of years. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Han Ju was very excited and felt that there was hope of breaking through to the mid-stage of the great Tao Supreme Realm. More than 3,000 years later. The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept? Han Ju opened his eyes and silently chose to accept. The evil heavenly emperor rarely looked for him unless there was something important. Han Ju was secretly looking forward to it. Would he ask for help? Very few could match Han Ju in the current chaos. It would be a beautiful thing if he could show his divinity. The dream was still the forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The evil heavenly emperor saw him and smiled. "How have you been?" "Not bad." "What is it?" Han Ju went straight to the point. The evil heavenly emperor was secretly puzzled by his attitude. The head of the divine spirits has perished. He created the primordial divine clan. This race might threaten you. Han Ju said, "That's it." "No, wait. Why did the leader of the divine spirits die?" The evil heavenly emperor rolled his eyes. "Stop pretending. You must have known long ago. If I didn't know who killed him, I would probably think that you did it yourself." Han Ju shook his head. "How is that possible? The 10-million-year promise isn't over yet." The evil heavenly emperor said, "I came to find you today because I have something to ask of you." Han Ju's eyes lit up. Was it coming? Chapter 867 Formless Transcendent Deity. Chapter 867 Formless Transcendent Deity, what is it? Han Ju asked patiently. He blamed the evil heavenly emperor in his heart. What's our relationship? Do you have to beat around the bush? The evil heavenly emperor said, I'm preparing to explore the chaotic domain. I already have a goal. However, this domain has a powerful restriction and needs the help of a great Tao sage. I only know 2 great Tao sages. One is suppressed and the other has disappeared. I can only look for you. Speaking of this, the evil heavenly emperor sighed. Han Ju said, summon me. All right. The evil heavenly emperor did not say anything else. The dream ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and asked in his mind, will I die if I help the evil heavenly emperor? 300 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, safe. Han Ju was relieved. In any case, he had left his will in the Taoist temple. He could be revived even if he died outside. The question just now was mainly to consider if he would provoke a great Tao supreme existence. But it shouldn't be from the question's value. Han Ju continued to comprehend the power of creation and waited for the evil heavenly emperor to summon him. Continue reading on MYB0XN0VEL. Khan, the evil heavenly emperor, used the invocation technique to summon him several days later. A black vortex appeared in front of Han Ju and he stepped in. In an instant, he arrived in the chaos. He stepped out of the black vortex and saw the evil heavenly emperor. Beside him stood a man in silver armor. His aura was oppressive. The evil heavenly emperor immediately smiled upon seeing him. He cupped his fists and smiled. "It's my honor to have the divine might heavenly sages help." Behind the two of them stood rows of heavenly troops. There were at least 10 million of them. All the immortals of the heavenly court looked at Han Ju in reverence. The name of the divine might heavenly sage had long spread throughout the chaos. He had killed 20,000 divine authority generals with a single strike, which was equivalent to 20,000 great Tao sages being no match for him. Such strength was considered unique in the eyes of all living beings. He was even regarded as the strongest by many cultivators. He was so powerful that even the rules could not restrain him. Han Ju said, "You're still talking about these formalities. Could it be that His Majesty wants to flatter me?" The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "I have no choice. The divine might heavenly sage's name is too grand. I don't dare to be impudent. Let me introduce you. The person beside me is called the War Buddha, a Buddhist spirit from the Buddhist world. He's Chu Shuren's disciple and also your grand disciple." Hearing this, the silver-armored man beside him hurriedly bowed very respectfully. Han Ju glanced at the War Buddha and said, "Your potential is not bad. I'll teach you a mystical power after this matter is over." "Thank you, heavenly sage," the War Buddha said excitedly and hurriedly bowed. "Oh." Han Ju raised his eyebrows and looked unhappy. The War Buddha was stunned. "Thank you, Grandmaster," Han Ju finally smiled. The heavenly troops behind them were in an uproar. They didn't expect the divine general to be the divine might heavenly sage's grand disciple. Han Ju turned around and looked at the void ahead. He already felt a powerful restriction that even ordinary great Tao sages would probably find difficult to break. He used the simulation trial and did not discover any powerful enemies. "How is it? Can you break it?" the evil heavenly emperor asked with a solemn expression. Han Ju didn't answer. He just took out the primordial judgment sword and slashed out. Without the sword chi, the void in front of him was instantly slashed into two. A white light split the darkness into two. Immediately after, it began to shatter with the white light as the center. Boom! Space shattered and violent winds wreaked havoc. The great Tao lightning was extremely domineering. Han Ju raised his hand and easily blocked all the wind and lightning for the heavenly court. The space ahead began to collapse as seven-colored light burst forth. Han Ju narrowed his eyes and looked over. A world was revealed after the restriction shattered. This world was vast, 100 times larger than the entire heavenly Tao. Boundless vitality spread out, making one intoxicated. Han Ju scanned with his sage sense and discovered countless living beings in this world, but no sages. The strongest was only a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. There were many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, but they did not transform. They were like ferocious beasts walking on the ground. "That's right, the legendary first world of the chaos," the evil heavenly emperor said excitedly. Han Ju glanced at him in surprise. He hurriedly explained, "Actually, the chaos developed naturally before Pangu created the world. However, it disappeared later. The appearance of this world gave Pangu the idea, so he created the world later. Although the immortal world is not the first world, with the rules of the heavenly Tao, it has already surpassed the first world of the chaos. Hanju asked, "How did you find this place?" The chaos had countless such restrictions. Under normal circumstances, even great Tao sages did not dare to rashly barge in. They were probably the Tao field of other great Tao sages. How could the evil heavenly emperor predict that there was no Tao field behind the restriction? The evil heavenly emperor smiled. "Of course, I was guided by an ancient existence. However, I can't tell you this ancient existence's name." Nan Hanju's expression didn't change, but he was shocked. Could it be the chaotic consciousness? "Thank you, heavenly sage. There's no need to trouble you next. In the future, the heavenly Tao's chaotic heavenly road can also be expanded here and teach the living beings here." The evil heavenly emperor smiled. Hanju nodded and stepped into the black vortex. A beam of light flew out and entered the War Buddha's forehead before he disappeared. The black vortex disappeared. Hanju had already returned to the third Tao field. He sat on the mat and first used the simulation trial to check his surroundings. He was only relieved after confirming that no mysterious existence followed him to the Tao field. Hanju asked in his mind, "Who told the evil heavenly emperor about that world just now?" 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Tao Creator. Continue. Formless transcendent deity, cultivation unknown, chaotic deity, above order, transcends everything. Unspeakable name. It was actually not the chaotic consciousness. Hanju frowned. He asked, "How many Tao creators are there? Could it be that there were 7 like the supreme rules? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue." 5. Hanju was deep in thought. 9th chaos, chaotic consciousness, formless transcendent deity, and 2 unknown existences. It was not many, but it was not few either. Furthermore, the 5 of them had already escaped the chaos. All living beings didn't know this. Hanju asked again, "Be it in the chaos or outside, is the 9th chaos the strongest existence? 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. For the time being. It should be now." Hanju set a goal to surpass the 9th chaos. The ceiling was right in front of him. However, the 9th chaos was not his ultimate goal. He still had to break through to the Creator Lord realm after surpassing the 9th chaos. He wanted to constantly rise to newer heights. Hanju was excited just thinking about it. Wait. The formless transcendent deity told the evil heavenly emperor about the number 1 world of the chaos. Was he going to interfere in the situation of the chaos? That had to be the case. Hanju asked in his mind, why did the formless transcendent deity help the evil heavenly emperor? 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Chapter 868 7 Tao Divine Weapon, Another Existence. Chapter 868 7 Tao Divine Weapon, Another Existence Continue. Hanju wanted to see what the formless transcendent deity was scheming. With that, Hanju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes. It was absolutely dark around him. A light suddenly appeared ahead. The light became brighter and brighter. Hanju looked carefully and discovered that the light came from the glabella of a majestic figure. He couldn't see the other party's face clearly and could only see his figure. He seemed to be wearing a robe and sitting in the darkness. Formless transcendent deity. Hanju was secretly shocked. He couldn't see the other party's true appearance even after spending a quadrillion years of his lifespan. At this moment, Hanju suddenly felt a movement behind him. He turned around and saw a terrifying figure 10,000 times larger than the Buzhou Divine Mountain behind him. This figure floated in the void. He raised his left leg slightly and placed his palms in front of his chest. However, there were countless arms behind him, with as many branches as a huge tree. Han Ju couldn't see his true appearance, either. The primordial fiend celestial has yet to be born. Perhaps a variable will appear in the great Tao immeasurable calamity. I think so, too. I've decided to release the heavenly ruins divine world. Perhaps the primordial fiend celestial will be born from it. Yes, that's settled. That evil heavenly emperor can use it well. It's also a fortuitous encounter for him. Perhaps he can grasp it. Continue reading on MYB0XN0VEL. Calm. The two transcendent existences chatted for a while before the illusion shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes. Although he had said little just now, he had revealed a lot of information. The Tao creator seemed to want the primordial fiend celestial to be born. No wonder the chaotic consciousness did not care about the primordial fiend celestial. Instead, it cared about the dark forbidden lord because he couldn't be controlled. Han Ju had no intention of telling the evil heavenly emperor about this. The difference in cultivation level was too great. The more he knew, the more dangerous it would be. The evil heavenly emperor definitely knew that the other party had ulterior motives, but just as that transcendent existence had said, although the evil heavenly emperor was being used, it was also an opportunity for him. If there was no formless transcendent deity, the evil heavenly emperor could only cause a small splash in the chaos and not cause a storm no matter how much he struggled. The evil heavenly emperor who had obtained the heavenly ruins divine world would definitely rise after the formless transcendent deity's guidance. Han Ju stopped thinking. The current him was not qualified to scheme against a Tao creator. He had to reach the Tao creator realm first. Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm, Great Tao Primordial Chaos Realm, Great Tao Supreme Realm, Tao Creator Realm. Every realm was the difference between immortals and mortals. Han Ju continued to comprehend the power of creation. Time passed quickly. 300,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The heavenly Tao changed day by day. The fourth chaotic heavenly road was already in the creation stage. There were 4 more heavenly Tao sages. One of them came from the Red Fate world and the other from the Buddhist world, indicating that the 2 worlds had completely fused into the heavenly Tao. The immortal world had also changed drastically. Countless races and cultivation were prevalent. To all living beings in the immortal world, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were no longer illusory. At the very least, they were existences that they could often hear about. Below the immortal world, the number of mortal worlds had already reached 100,000. The number was still increasing. Without the immeasurable calamity and with too many providence sects running rampant, only by creating a mortal world would it be easiest to obtain great providence and merit. Under the rule of Li Xian'eo and Han Zuetian, the hidden sect still maintained its original rhythm, powerful and low profile. Han Ju stayed in the third Tao field. The disciples of the 100-peak immortal river and the second Tao field didn't disturb him, so his cultivation was very smooth. He suddenly opened his eyes one day. His gaze passed through the universe and landed on a huge star. Jiang Juesher and Liu Bei were discussing the Tao. After more than 200,000 years of interaction, the two of them had already become good friends. Liu Bei accepted Jiang Juesher as the master of this universe. At first, Jiang Juesher was wary of Liu Bei. However, he let down his guard when he discovered that Liu Bei indeed had no ill intentions. Liu Bei's body was the victorious fighting Buddha. He looked completely different from Han Ju. Liu Bei didn't reveal his identity, either. Han Ju was very satisfied with Jiang Juesher. This kid had already reached the early stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos realm. His potential was indeed impressive. What he had to do now was to keep Jiang Juesher by his side. It was not that one could survive in the chaos just because they had good potential. Otherwise, after so long, there would not be so few great Tao sages. Han Ju looked at him for a while before looking away and checking his emails. Your good friend Lao Dan was attacked by the fiend celestial vengeful spirit, X78203932AAS. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by the fiend celestial vengeful spirit, X90827631. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has grasped the providence of the heavenly ruins divine world. Your good friend Foolish Sword Sage has comprehended the sword Dao and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your son Han Tua has grasped the divine authority. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Yi Tian has grasped the divine authority. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan refined your enemy, Seven Dao Sage, into a divine weapon. His cultivation has increased greatly. The evil heavenly emperor was so fast. He had fused with the providence of the heavenly ruins divine world so quickly. The formless transcendent deity probably helped him. Further down, Han Ju was attracted by Zhou Fan. What was this fellow doing? He checked his interpersonal relationships. Seven Dao Sage's portrait was still there. He had not died. Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that Zhou Fan didn't face resistance when he refined the Seven Dao Sage. It was the Seven Dao Sage's idea. He suddenly couldn't understand their relationship. After thinking about it, Han Ju still sent a dream to Zhou Fan. In the dream, Zhou Fan opened his eyes and immediately bowed when he saw him. Without waiting for Han Ju to speak, Zhou Fan took out a long weapon. The two ends of the weapon were like truncheons, and 7 thin patterns surrounded it. They meandered on the body of the weapon, looking very mysterious. Master, this weapon is a 7 Dao divine weapon. I refined it with the 7 Dao Sage and it contains the power of 7 great Dao. How about that? Zhou Fan asked proudly. This was a dream. The 7 Dao divine weapon was only a phantom. Its power couldn't be seen. Han Ju asked, why is 7 Dao Sage willing to let you refine it? Zhou Fan said, he's afraid of you. Not only is he afraid of you, but he's also afraid of other existences. He decided to change his identity, so he helped me. Help you? That's right. He'll help me attain the Dao. I'll help him revive when I become stronger. Before that, there's no 7 Dao Sage in the chaos. Only I, Zhou Fan, am left. Zhou Fan was very pleased. Han Ju didn't want to discourage him and asked, what do you plan to do? Zhou Fan left with the Great Dao Tower and continued to wander the chaos after the Divine Authority Generals were destroyed. Zhou Fan replied, I don't want to be like Chu Shiren and create a world. I also don't want to be like the evil heavenly emperor and recruit troops and attack everywhere. I want to explore the chaos and spread my reputation. Han Ju said, how can you cultivate by wandering around? Zhou Fan chuckled, the stronger the Great Dao Tower is, the stronger I am. Han Ju didn't ask any more and prepared to remove the dream. Master, I recently obtained information from the Great Dao Tower about the primordial fiend celestial. Do you want to know? Zhou Fan leaned forward and asked mysteriously. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Go ahead. Zhou Fan said, the primordial fiend celestial is fake news. The chaos is really afraid of another existence. Some supreme existences want to nurture the primordial fiend celestial to resist him. Chapter 869 5 million years old, Peacock's Dao Attainment. Chapter 869 5 million years old, Peacock's Dao Attainment, who is the other existence? Han Ju asked. Did Zhou Fan want to keep him in suspense? This kid had really grown up. Sensing Han Ju's dissatisfied gaze, Zhou Fan hurriedly replied, I'm not sure either. Anyway, there's such an existence that needs the primordial fiend celestial to resist it. Han Ju was deep in thought. Could it be him after his bloodline evolved? If nothing went wrong, his primordial fiend celestial bloodline would evolve and definitely affect the future in a few million years. Han Ju asked in his mind, is the other existence Zhou Fan mentioned to me after my bloodline evolved? 10 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. I see. Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. When he evolved, he would directly let his youngest son be born and intercept the position of the primordial fiend celestial. This way, the chaos wouldn't give birth to a second primordial fiend celestial. He would have one less potential enemy without a second primordial fiend celestial. Continue reading on MYB0XN0VL, Calm Perfect. The more Han Ju thought about it, the happier he became, but he remained calm on the surface. He asked, the Great Tao Tower is so powerful. Are you sure you can control it? There are no other transcendent existences behind it. Have you thought about who created the Great Tao Tower? The Great Tao Tower could even predict the future changes caused by a Great Tao Supreme. It was indeed not simple. I've also been worried about this, but currently, I've already fused with the Great Tao Tower and don't sense anything amiss. Besides, how can there be no danger? Any opportunity is like this. As long as one is too powerful, they will definitely be coveted by mighty figures. Zhou Fan said seriously, Master, don't worry. I know what to do. I'll definitely look for you if I really encounter trouble. He could hear Han Ju's concern, so he answered accordingly. Han Ju said, as long as you know. With that, he removed the dream. Han Ju opened his eyes and muttered, I still have to focus on cultivation. He had already gathered 9 primordial fragments. He wanted to release his youngest son as soon as possible to prevent anyone from really transforming into a primordial fiend celestial. In the blue sky, layers of clouds and countless circular stone platforms floated in the air. Han Tuo, Yi Tian, and the other 3 great Tao divine spirits stood side by side on one of the stone platforms. They all looked in one direction, waiting for the arrival of the ultimate god of punishment. After a while, a black light descended in front of them. The ultimate god of punishment's voice came from the black light, I'm giving you a mission. Han Tuo cupped his fists and said, Leader, please speak. The other 4 also bowed. They were already used to their new identities as the 5 great divine punishers. All these years, the ultimate god of punishment had treated them well and had even taught them mystical powers. It was time to repay him. I want you to visit all the great Tao divine spirits. You can inspect whatever you want. You only need to walk around. The ultimate god of punishment's voice sounded again. Hearing this, the 5 divine punishers immediately accepted the order. The black light vanished. The ultimate god of punishment did not appear from the beginning to the end. Han Tuo and the others turned around and left. Nearly 400,000 years passed quickly. On this day, a notification appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected that you are 5 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and promote the reputation of the primordial fiend celestial. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, a creation spirit stone, and a primordial fragment. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a primordial fragment. This time, the system acted mischievously again. There was an additional reward on the first option. Unfortunately, Han Ju wouldn't be fooled. He silently chose the second option. At this point, he already had 8 great Tao fragments and 6 primordial fragments. Perhaps his stellar primordial body would transform in another 3 million years. Han Ju took out the creation spirit stone and fused it with a ball of fiend celestial chi. He finally saw the hope of breaking through after so many years of cultivation. Now, the primordial world was already extremely vast. Although it couldn't compare to the chaos, it was already several times larger than the heavenly Tao. The primordial world had yet to reach its limit. As the nebulous primordial chi in it increased, Han Ju's supreme power kept increasing. He was probably at most 500,000 years away from breaking through. He was very satisfied with his cultivation speed. Look at the foolish sword sage. He was still at the early stage of the great Tao Supreme Realm. Han Ju visited Divine Lord Peacock in his dreams. Tens of thousands of years ago, he sensed that someone had become a great Tao sage in the chaos. It was Divine Lord Peacock. After Han Ju attained the great Tao, the chaos finally gave birth to a new great Tao sage after so many years. It was obvious how difficult achieving the great Tao realm was. In the dream, Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes and saw the pitch-black Han Ju. He was immediately pleasantly surprised and hurriedly knelt down. He was secretly shocked. It was still so difficult for him to sense the legendary dream of the Dark Forbidden Lord even after reaching the great Tao realm. Although it was a little slow, you succeeded, Han Ju said with a slightly praising tone, making Divine Lord Peacock feel ashamed. Divine Lord Peacock hurriedly asked, Forbidden Lord, what do you need me to do? Just tell me. Han Ju said, cultivate for the time being. I'll preach the Tao for you. The great Tao realm can't be your end. With that, he began to preach the great Tao of extreme origin. The great Tao of extreme origin was all-encompassing. All 3,000 great Tao could benefit from his lecture. Divine Lord Peacock already had his own Tao and could not change his allegiance to the great Tao of extreme origin. What Han Ju wanted to do was to help his Tao become stronger, so this lecture would not expose the great Tao of extreme origin. The great Tao Supreme preached the Tao. It didn't talk about content but used the Tao voice to guide people into a state of Tao comprehension. Divine Lord Peacock quickly entered a state of Tao comprehension. Han Ju controlled the time as he preached the Tao in the dream. It seemed like 10,000 years had passed, but only a day had passed in reality. The dream had already ended when Divine Lord Peacock opened his eyes. He was excited. What realm was the Dark Forbidden Lord at? He was already a great Tao sage, but he was still easily lured into a state of Tao comprehension by him. It was obvious how great the difference between the two was. On the other side, Han Ju opened his eyes and started to check his emails. Regarding the rules of time, Han Ju couldn't use them on himself or speed up the time process of the entire heavenly Tao. After all, the heavenly Tao didn't belong to him. Time was among the 7 supreme rules. However, the definition of time was different from what mortals thought. It was the same as the continuation of the power of creation. The transmission speed of the power of creation was still constant even if the mighty figures accelerated the time of their domain. Therefore, controlling time was meaningless to the mighty figures. However, time was very terrifying to all living beings who did not rely on the power of creation. The emails accumulated over 400,000 years were still very abundant. Han Ju read them with relish. In short, the chaos was still peaceful. No major battles occurred. Han Ju looked at the third Tao field after reading the emails. The universe of stars was still silent, but the third Tao field was already covered in flowers and plants, like a paradise. Han Ju raised his hand and took out a ball of soul. It was the soul of Han Tuo's mother, Qingwaner. Han Ju had been using the nebulous primordial qi to nourish Qingwaner's soul for millions of years. Although she had been sleeping, her soul was constantly becoming stronger. Chapter 870 Qingwaner Surprise. Chapter 870 Qingwaner Surprise. Han Ju naturally had a plan now that he took out Qingwaner's soul. He wanted her to become the master of this universe. Good things should not go to outsiders. Moreover, Qingwaner would definitely think of a way to keep up with his immortality if she revived. Otherwise, what was the point of reviving? Han Ju didn't lack women. Since he was going to revive her, Qingwaner had to accompany him completely. Han Ju began to use the power of creation. After so many years of comprehension, he finally grasped a trace of the power of creation. Although it was far from being as mysterious as the creation rule, it was not difficult to revive a living being. Qingluaner's soul was intact. She only needed to recover her body. That day, Qingluaner's body was created and she became an immortal emperor. Her body wouldn't be able to withstand her soul if her cultivation was lower. Qingluaner lay on the bed in white clothes. They were casually created by Hanju. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze confused. Memories surged from the depths of her mind, causing her eyes to widen. Was I reincarnated? Qingluaner muttered to herself. She subconsciously raised her hand and discovered that she was not a baby. Continue reading on MYB0XN0VL, What happened? She wanted to sit up, but she accidentally broke through the Taoist temple and landed in the sky. She stopped in the air, her body trembling. What's going on? This spirit energy. Qingluaner widened her beautiful eyes and sized up her body in disbelief. She could feel a surging power in her body. She couldn't help but think of spirit energy. Although she was immortal in the past, she knew about cultivation. She looked down and discovered a Taoist temple on the vast mountain. After she broke through the top, it was recovering from an illusion. Could it be that I did not die? Qingluaner frowned and tried her best to control her body to slowly land. She carefully walked into the Taoist temple and asked, "Is anyone here?" Liu Bei was still accompanying Jiang Juesher, so the third Tao field was empty and quiet. Crack. The door to the Taoist temple suddenly opened. Unable to see the situation inside, Qingluaner became even more nervous, not daring to enter rashly. In the Taoist temple, Hanju stood up and tidied his clothes. If he had not reacted quickly, Qingluaner would have been lost. The Taoist temple was not brittle enough for an immortal emperor to destroy. Hanju waited for a while. Qingluaner had yet to enter, so he had no choice but to raise his hand and suck her in. Qingluaner couldn't control her body and was sucked into the Taoist temple. Terror and despair filled her heart. She subconsciously closed her eyes. When she landed on the ground, she opened her eyes and was stunned. Husband! Qingluaner shouted in surprise and rubbed her eyes. Hanju smiled. What? Are you still afraid of me? If not for me, who can help you revive? Qingluaner immediately put down her doubts and pounced into his arms when she heard that. Husband, am I dreaming? You really revived me? Also, why are you so young? Qingluaner kept asking. She had too many questions. Hanju pulled her to a seat and explained, I was in pain after you died. I wanted to wait and die of old age. I didn't expect to encounter an immortal and obtain the opportunity to cultivate. After millions of years of cultivation, I created a world and obtained a great opportunity before reviving you. Wait. Millions of years? Qingluaner was shocked and looked incredulous. Hanju said, that's right. About 5 million years have passed. We're no longer in the immortal world. Qingluaner hurriedly asked, what about Tor? Hanju remained silent. Qingluaner's face instantly turned pale. She asked with a trembling voice, he's already, right, after so many years, even immortals have to die, Hanju sighed. He's not dead. Huh? Qingluaner's tears stopped. Hanju said helplessly, he's still alive, but he's already grown up. He naturally won't follow me. He even has descendants. Qingluaner punched him and said coquettishly, husband, you're teasing me. Qingluaner was overjoyed upon learning that her son was still alive. She believed Hanju. After all, children had to grow up and live their own lives. She didn't stay by her parents' side back then, either. Tell me about your experiences over the years. Qingluaner pulled his hand and urged. Hanju said, let's talk about it in the future. Get used to your dermic powers first. Then, he began to teach her. Qingwaner's body was in its prime. In addition to Hanju, her 100 years of experience were not worth mentioning. Soon, she regained the mentality of a young woman and even acted coquettishly. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Qingwaner had completely adapted to the power of an immortal emperor. This year was the sweetest time she had ever lived. Only she and Hanju were together with no worries. Most importantly, she knew that she and her husband could still rely on each other for countless years. She even felt like she was dreaming. On this day, the two of them put on their clothes and sat by the bed. Hanju said, "All right, I should cultivate too. I need to cultivate in seclusion for 100,000 years each time. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. You can wander outside, but you can only stay within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. This is my Tao field and is isolated from the outside world. You can't go out even if you want to." Ah! 100,000 years. Qingwaner was stunned. Hanju ignored her and closed his eyes. The reason he hid the truth from Qingwaner was that he couldn't be bothered to explain. Furthermore, he wanted to create a sense of urgency so that Qingwaner could cultivate in peace. As for Xing Hongxian, Xian Qingjun, and the other women, Hanju was not worried that Qingwaner would mind their existence. Back when the two of them were in the mortal world, Qingwaner had taken the initiative to take in a concubine for him, but he had rejected her. Time passed year after year. Qingwaner was a little impatient after cultivating in seclusion for a few years. Thus, she wandered outside the Daoist temple for a few days before returning to continue cultivating. She finally began to get used to the boring cultivation after 1,000 years. In the void, the 5 divine punishers stepped on the divine light and advanced. Han Tuo stood at the front and frowned. Yi Tian walked to his side and asked in a low voice, "You seem to be uneasy recently." Han Tuo said, "Indeed. For some reason, I keep feeling a familiar aura, but I can't be sure who it is." He frowned. He had never felt this way. "Could it be that your younger brother has broken through?" Yi Tian asked teasingly. Back then, Han Tuo felt uneasy because of that mysterious younger brother and had no choice but to ask the evil heavenly emperor to question that unknown transcendent existence. "No, it was very oppressive back then. I just feel that it's familiar now and I don't feel any discomfort." Han Tuo shook his head. He smiled and said, "I wonder what realm my younger brother is at now." Yi Tian smiled. "He's probably stronger than you. He can suppress you just by relying on his bloodline." Han Tuo did not agree. "That's a good thing if that's the case." The other 3 great Tao divine spirits approached and asked curiously who Han Tuo's younger brother was. Chapter 871 Road different from the heavenly Tao. Chapter 871 Road different from the heavenly Tao. I've never seen my brother before. Stop asking. Han Tuo shook his head and smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. His younger brother must have grown up after so many years. He wondered how his character and cultivation level were. Yi Tian smiled and said, "Perhaps he will fight with you for the family inheritance." Han Tuo shook his head and laughed. "I'm not fighting. I'm not qualified, anyway." "What family inheritance?" a great Tao divine spirit asked curiously. They had always been curious about Han Tuo's background. Han Tuo smiled and did not say anything. Yi Tian was the same. He pretended to be mysterious. The 3 great Tao divine spirits looked at each other and stopped talking. Time passed. 100,000 years passed very quickly, but it was very torturous to Qingwaner. Hanju had been cultivating in seclusion and she didn't dare to disturb him. It was equivalent to her living alone for more than 100,000 years. When she was free, she would go to the tree where Liu Bei was previously and talk to the flowers to express her depression. On this day, Hanju opened his eyes. Qingwaner was cultivating at the side and did not notice that he had woken up. Continue _reading on MYB0XN0VEL. Calm Hanju couldn't help but smile. This girl. He also heard the conversation between Qingwaner and the flowers and found it funny. Hanju called out softly, "Waner." Qingwaner trembled as if she had been electrocuted and immediately opened her eyes upon hearing his voice. She looked at Hanju in surprise and pounced into his arms. "Husband, you're finally awake." She felt extremely aggrieved. She had never thought that 100,000 years would be so torturous. Even now, she did not know how she had endured it. Hanju said earnestly, "This is cultivation. I cultivated alone most of the time before I revived you." Qingwaner was silent. Hanju said, "I can accompany you to create some living beings if you're lonely." Qingwaner asked in surprise, "Really?" Hanju stood up, and she followed closely behind. The two of them walked out of the Taoist temple. The two of them came to the tree. Hanju waved his right hand, and the flowers on the ground turned into men and women. They were all young. There were more than 100 of them. The 100 or so transformed living beings looked at each other in confusion. Hanju began to preach the Tao and activated their intelligence. Then, he taught them language and cultivation techniques. Qingwaner was also immersed in it. Hanju only spoke for half a day, but the transformed living beings felt like a long time had passed. "This is your queen. You have to listen to her here in the future, understand?" Hanju instructed. More than 100 transformed living beings hurriedly knelt to Qingwaner. Qingwaner smiled and asked them to stand up. Hanju turned around and left, leaving the rest to her. These living beings did not have the power of creation, so their cultivation levels were not high. With Hanju's cultivation level, it was as easy as flipping his palm to turn stones into spirits. However, if they wanted to be like Qingwaner, whose body directly had the cultivation of an immortal emperor, Hanju had to use the power of creation. Qingwaner had already reached the deity realm after 100,000 years. The physical potential created by the power of creation would not be bad. Furthermore, Qingwaner's soul had been tempered by the nebulous primordial qi for millions of years. It was even more impressive. She was still stronger than the heavenly Tao's chaotic physique even if she couldn't compare to the chaotic fiend celestial. Hanju teleported to the second Tao field and called Murong Qi to receive the new fiend celestial. Li Yao called Tao Comprehension Sword out and wanted to be alone with Hanju. Tao Comprehension Sword blushed and fled. Hanju understood Li Yao's thoughts. Wasn't it just a Tao discussion? 10 years later. Hanju left, and Li Yao called Tao Comprehension Sword back. Tao Comprehension Sword asked about the cultivation situation. Li Yao smiled and said, "I'll be able to attain the freedom realm soon." Wow! So powerful. It's alright. I'm still far inferior compared to Murong Qi and the other two. They've long reached the mid-stage of the freedom realm. Sisterly, tell me, should I? Tao Comprehension Sword squirmed as she recalled what the Black Hell Chicken had said to her. Li Yao smiled. "I'll create an opportunity for you next time, but whether you can succeed depends on yourself." Sect Master is no longer the same as before. Love in the mortal world can't attract him. After reaching the primordial chaos Tao fruit, the joy was incomparable every time she broke through a minor realm. Tao Comprehension Sword nodded and began to feel nervous. On the other side, Hanju was reading the emails in the third Tao field. Recently, Han Tuo and Yi Tian had been very active and were often attacked, but they were not severely injured. Their providence became stronger through battle. Hanju also noticed an email. "Your good friend Ancestor Shitian has absorbed the inauspicious evil and his cultivation has increased greatly." What was the ancestor doing? Previously, he had absorbed the dark power. Now, he had absorbed the inauspicious evil. Why did Han Ju feel that the ancestor was constantly turning more evil? He pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that he couldn't deduce ancestor Shitian. It seemed that this fellow had a Dharma treasure. Interesting. Han Ju had no intention of dissuading ancestor Shitian. Everyone had their own path. No matter who left, the chaos would still exist. Perhaps ancestor Shitian could create his own path. Han Ju looked at Jiang Juesher after reading the emails. He thought for a moment and sent a dream to him, using his old image. Jiang Juesher opened his eyes and fell silent when he saw Han Ju. Although he was silent, his eyes were filled with nostalgia. Han Ju said, "Disciple, how have you been all these years?" The difference in cultivation level between the two was too great. When Han Ju used the Dark Nightmare, he also used the power of the Confusion Fiend Celestial to numb Jiang Juesher's senses and mind. This was not the first time Jiang Juesher had dreamed of his master in the cycle of reincarnation. He wasn't on guard and talked about his experiences over the years. After a long while. "Master, I'm doing very well now. I have a place to cultivate in peace. I'll revive you one day." Han Ju raised his hand and taught him a mystical power. Jiang Juesher was caught off guard and fell into a daze. He woke up after a certain period of time. Liu Bei, who was beside him, asked curiously, "What's wrong? Your mind was not here just now. This is not good. You'd have been attacked if there were enemies around." Jiang Juesher smiled and said, "Nothing. I just comprehended a mystical power." This was not the first time he had comprehended a mystical power because he had dreamed of an old friend. He felt that this was the reaction of his Tao heart being stimulated. His great reincarnation creation technique was extremely profound. Even he did not dare to confirm its upper limit, so anything was possible. Liu Bei nodded and smiled. If this universe gives birth to living beings in the future, what kind of creation do you think is better? Jiang Juesher was silent. He had been in the universe of stars for a period of time and also felt that this universe had great potential. "We can imitate the heavenly Tao, but we can't walk the heavenly Tao's path," Jiang Juesher said in a low voice. Liu Bei asked curiously, "What path do you think we should take?" Jiang Juesher replied, "The world is divided into levels. Each level is differentiated by more levels. The cultivation level of each major realm is divided into 4 realms. All living beings will put cultivation level and ascension as their goal. This can reduce internal friction. You can arrange the galaxy distribution and form an overlapping state. Every realm has a huge restriction. You have to reach a certain realm before you can encounter the heavenly tribulation and transcend it. Once you succeed, you are not allowed to descend into the mortal world to prevent breaking the rules." Chapter 872 Surpass the Freedom Sage. Chapter 872 Surpass the Freedom Sage. Liu Bei fell into deep thought. Han Ju had already promised him that he would build this universe in the future, so he would think about this question when he had nothing to do. It had to be said that Jiang Juesher's suggestion was very good. After ascending, they were not allowed to descend into the mortal world. This could prevent experts from occupying cultivation resources and harm the younger generation. Liu Bei said, "I think it's feasible. We can force them to transcend the tribulation. When they reach a certain realm, they have to transcend the tribulation." Jiang Juesher smiled. Not bad, not bad. He became friends with Liu Bei not only because this universe belonged to him. Liu Bei's personality also made him very comfortable and he even felt that they were fellow Taoists. The more they chatted, the more excited they became. At the same time, outside the universe of stars, rolling black mist was surging over, as if darkness was devouring space. It was terrifying. In the Daoist temple of the third Tao field, Han Ju had yet to enter his cultivation state when he noticed the black mist outside the universe. At a glance, he saw countless vengeful spirits roaring silently in the black mist. Inauspicious evil. Continue _reading on MYB0XN0VEL. Khan the invisible inauspicious evil had nowhere to hide in Han Ju's eyes after he reached the great Tao Supreme Realm. Han Ju suddenly focused on one of the inauspicious evil. He was different from the other inauspicious evil. He contained dermic powers and his vitality was hidden in the depths of his soul. This person seemed to be the leader of the inauspicious evil. His cultivation level had reached the early stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm and was not considered powerful. Han Ju didn't attack. He could use the inauspicious evil as Jiang Juesher's whetstone. Cultivating alone would easily numb him. It was also a good thing to experience battle occasionally. Not long after, Jiang Juesher and Liu Bei sensed an enemy attack. They arrived outside the universe of stars. Jiang Juesher frowned. This was not the first time he had encountered an inauspicious evil. The black mist contained a dense ominous aura that made him very uneasy. Liu Bei was the same. They chose to escape when they encountered inauspicious evil in the past, so their expressions were extremely ugly now. What should we do? He wanted to escape, but the two of them had been discussing how to build the universe, so he felt a little ashamed now. Liu Bei said, "Let's fight. No matter where we go, we might encounter inauspicious evil unless it's the domain of a mighty figure." He took a deep breath and was not worried. After all, Han Ju was here. However, Han Ju had yet to make a move. Perhaps he was in seclusion. Thus, they could only resist until he exited seclusion. Jiang Juesher looked at him in surprise. He already knew Liu Bei's personality. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. Liu Bei forced a smile and said, "There has to be a goal to work towards. Otherwise, why would we cultivate?" These words shocked Jiang Juesher. That's right. What was cultivation for? Jiang Juesher wanted to revive his master, but that was only the goal he added later. Before that, he only wanted to become stronger. However, he discovered that becoming a sage was not the end after attaining the Tao. He knew that there was always someone better after coming to the chaos. There was no peak in cultivation. Why did he cultivate? To become the strongest? Jiang Juesher was not confident. He had heard that the chaotic fiend celestials had been completely destroyed by the divine authority generals. Jiang Juesher suddenly thought of the heavenly Tao's divine might heavenly sage. The divine might heavenly sage was also in existence who cultivated diligently all year round, but in the chaos, many cultivators were puzzled as to why he protected the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was created by Pangu and had been fused by the Tao ancestor. No matter how strong the heavenly Tao was, providence would not fall on the divine might heavenly sage. Jiang Juesher seemed to understand at this moment. Liu Bei was the same. Liu Bei's voice floated over, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, can you fight with me? You can escape if you really can't win." Jiang Juesher hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. He twisted his neck and stretched his arms, then smiled and said, "Then, let's fight. I haven't fought for hundreds of thousands of years." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then, they rushed into the black mist in the depths of the void. Soon, the battle erupted. In the third Tao field. Under the tree, Qinghuan suddenly stood up and looked up at the starry sky. The 100 or so transformed living beings did not sense the danger outside the universe of stars. They were still playing. Because they were not humans, their growth cycle was extremely long. They were still young after 10 years had passed. Already at the deity realm, Qinghuan could see the void outside the universe of stars. She saw Liu Bei and Jiang Juesher using their mystical powers in the black mist. Her beautiful eyes widened as she hurriedly returned to the Taoist temple. "Husband," outside, seeing that Han Ju had yet to enter seclusion, Qinghuan said anxiously. However, she thought that Hanju's cultivation was stronger than hers and he definitely sensed it, so she didn't finish her sentence. Hanju chuckled. Those two are protecting this universe. Qinghuaner was stunned. Protecting? That black mist is an inauspicious evil. The inauspicious evil is an evil vengeful spirit in the chaos. It specializes in attacking living beings. You can't see them or capture their aura. Qinghuaner was surprised. She asked curiously, who are those two? Didn't you say that you're the only one here? Hanju smiled. One of them is a clone I created in the past, and the other is a disciple I want to nurture. By the way, this disciple of mine thinks I'm dead. Qinghuaner was even more curious and hurriedly asked him to clarify. Hanju didn't hide anything and told her about Liu Bei and Jiang Juesher's backgrounds. Liu Bei was formed by the enemy's body. Jiang Juesher's experience was more surprising, hundreds of thousands of reincarnations. How many years did it take? Qinghuaner found it unimaginable. They're so powerful. Are they Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals? Qinghuaner asked curiously. She had heard of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the immortal world. They were the peak of immortals. Hanju smiled and said, they're sages. My disciple even surpassed normal sages. Sage. Qinghuaner was surprised again. Hanju said, above the immortal emperor realm is the deity realm, and above the deity realm is the Zenith Heaven realm. Above that are the pseudo-sage, sage, and freedom sage realms. Qinghuaner asked in surprise, your disciple has already reached the freedom sage realm, but you're still lying to him. Aren't you afraid that he'll take revenge on you? How could Jiang Juesher, who had experienced hundreds of thousands of reincarnations, treat his master, who had accompanied him for 2 lifetimes, as his family and obey his orders? Hanju said, because I've surpassed the freedom realm. Qinghuaner widened her eyes. Hanju saw the change in her expression and was secretly pleased. He looked at the battle outside the universe and smiled. My disciple is quite capable. It seems that I don't need to do anything. Husband, how strong are you now? Qinghuaner grabbed his arm and asked curiously. Hanju pretended to be profound and said, I can't tell you. I'm afraid it will scare you. Cultivate well. You will reach my level one day. Qinghuaner asked, what about Tor? He's also a freedom sage. My son is so powerful. Qinghuaner was extremely excited. She was even more surprised than when she learned of his cultivation. Hanju curled his lips in jealousy. Indeed, this girl still cared about her son the most. Qinghuaner added, husband, let's have another child. Tor has only accompanied me for 20 years. He might have already forgotten what I look like. Chapter 873 Jiang Juesher's Terror. Chapter 873 Jiang Juesher's Terror. Another one. Hanju was helpless. Although he only had 2 children, it was already enough to give him a headache. His eldest son, Han Tuo, was outside and refused to go home. His youngest son's potential was too strong and was stuck in his mother's womb for millions of years. Hanju said, haven't I already created so many living beings for you? Isn't it enough to relieve your boredom? Qinghuaner said coquettishly, how can they be compared to my own child? Besides, you're so powerful. Aren't you going to think of a way to have more descendants? Not to mention that you've surpassed the freedom realm, most of the powerful people in the mortal world have more than 2 children. Hanju hesitated. Qinghuaner continued to persuade him. Husband, I'll take care of the child since you usually cultivate in seclusion. Hanju couldn't dissuade her and felt that it was feasible. With his current cultivation level, there were not many existences in the chaos that he was truly afraid of. It was not troublesome to have a few more children. Fine. Husband is the best. Qinghuaner pounced into his arms and started to pull his clothes. Hanju was speechless. So urgent? The battle outside the universe isn't over yet. You've already surpassed the Freedom Realm. What are you afraid of? Your disciple is a major realm weaker than you. Even he can resist the inauspicious evil. At that time, you can wave your hand and the black mist will probably disperse. Continue reading on MYB0XN0VEL, calm, you're quite open-minded. Of course. I've never been worried ever since I married you. Anyway, I'm not afraid even if the sky falls with you protecting me. Forget it, forget it. As you wish. Outside the universe of stars. Jiang Juesher sat in the void and a huge shadow that emitted a dazzling light condensed behind him. This huge shadow was similar to him. It spread its arms and its dermic powers transformed into white rings of light that swept in all directions. The white rings of light directly dispersed and were unstoppable the moment they touched the black mist. Liu Bei stood beside Jiang Juesher and looked at him in a daze. This kid's potential, Liu Bei was envious and shocked. Hanju had mentioned to him that Jiang Juesher's potential was terrifying, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. At first, the two of them were still being suppressed by the inauspicious evil, but as they fought, Jiang Juesher comprehended it. He used the great reincarnation creation technique to create a providence mystical power that could suppress the inauspicious evil. Using providence to suppress the enemy. Powerful. Liu Bei was stunned as he stared at Jiang Juesher's side profile. For some reason, he thought of Hanju. Although the two of them looked completely different, their calm aura before the battle was too similar. It made people involuntarily relax, as if as long as they were around, all danger would disappear. Liu Bei did not disturb Jiang Juesher and waited for him to comprehend the Tao. Jiang Juesher killed the inauspicious evil as he comprehended the Tao. He was like a true god in the sky, insufferably arrogant. A cry suddenly came from the black mist, "Who are you?" Jiang Juesher did not answer. Instead, he raised his right palm and pushed forward. The huge shadow above him waved his palm. The dazzling light on his body turned into a pillar of light and rushed over, directly destroying the black mist near the direction of the sound. After an hour, the black mist near the universe of stars was completely dispersed. The mysterious existence did not say anything and quietly left. Jiang Juesher slowly opened his eyes. Not a bad mystical power. Jiang Juesher muttered to himself, extremely excited. Although he often created mystical powers, those that could destroy inauspicious evil were definitely ranked in the top 3. Liu Bei praised him. Fellow Taoist Jiang, what a good mystical power. Jiang Juesher smiled. Do you want to learn it? I can teach it to you. More inauspicious evil will definitely attack again in the future. Really? We're brothers. Why would I lie to you? Thank you, fellow Taoist Jiang. Haha, what are you saying? You're welcome. True. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. They were both in a good mood. Inside the Taoist temple, Qingwan'er and Hanju tidied their clothes. Qingwan'er rubbed her abdomen and looked happy. Hanju could see that she was already pregnant. Because he already had 2 sons, Hanju deliberately chose to conceive a daughter this time. Her potential was at most comparable to Han Tuo. Qingwan'er's cultivation was too weak. Hanju even sealed her bloodline potential, just like he did to Han Tuo back then. A third primordial fiend celestial couldn't be born with Xing Hongshuan's son around. Hanju said, by the way, she can only be ranked 3rd if my daughter is born. I have a wife who is also pregnant with a son. Qingwan'er was stunned when she heard that. She couldn't help but ask, where is she? Why isn't she with you? She was not angry or jealous. It was normal for men to have multiple wives in the immortal world. As long as they were strong enough, even women could have many husbands. Moreover, 5 million years had passed and she was already dead. It was not unreasonable for Han Ju to find another wife. In another Dao field. She's busy cultivating, Han Ju replied. Qing Wan'er smiled. Then, it seems that I have to work hard. I can't let you think that I like to slack off. Han Ju smiled and touched her head. I'll go back to cultivate. The battle outside has ended. Qing Wan'er nodded and walked out of the Taoist temple. Han Ju smiled. He was looking forward to his youngest daughter. Qing Wan'er gave birth to her daughter in Han Ju's Taoist temple a year later. She didn't feel any pain with her cultivation level. She was fine after giving birth. The youngest daughter was very lively. Her cries were loud, causing the other living beings outside the Taoist temple to discuss. They all knew that the queen was about to give birth to a daughter, and they were also looking forward to it. Han Ju rarely ended his cultivation early. He took his swaddled daughter and showed an expression of adoration. Did we disturb you? Qing Wan'er asked. Han Ju smiled. It's fine. I'll spend 100 years watching her grow up. It's fine. Qing Wan'er was pleasantly surprised. Han Ju said, let's call her Han Qing'er. What do you think? Qing Wan'er understood the meaning of the name and smiled happily, nodding in agreement. I'll bring you back to the immortal world to have fun when she starts to learn. You've been revived for so long, it's indeed boring. It's been hard on you. It's good that you know. Qing Wan'er curled her lips. She was indeed a little aggrieved. She had the mentality of a mortal before. Who could withstand letting a mortal cultivate alone for 100,000 years? However, Han Ju could say it. Her grievance instantly turned into sweetness. Then, Han Ju and Qing Wan'er walked out of the Taoist temple and introduced their daughter to the other living beings in the third Dao field. These living beings were very excited and wanted to hug Han Qing'er. Just like that, Han Qing'er grew up happily being loved by many people. Although her potential was sealed by Han Ju, she was still outstanding. She could fly at the age of 1 and breathe in spirit qi at the age of 3 to cultivate. At the age of 5, she had already reached the nascent soul realm. On this day, Han Ju brought Qing Wan'er and Han Qing'er to the main Dao field. The 5-year-old Han Qing'er wore a green lotus dress. Her small face was exquisite and cute. She had inherited Han Ju's appearance. Although it was still inferior to Han Ju, it was enough for her to be loved by everyone. Han Ju first brought the mother and daughter to the Taoist temple next door to see Xing Hongxian. Chapter 874 passed. Chapter 874 passed. Han Ju saw that Xing Hongxian was still meditating after he entered the Taoist temple. Qing Wan'er was nervous, but Han Qing'er did not show any fear as she stared at her. Xing Hongxian opened her eyes and saw the three of them. She immediately stood up to welcome them. She smiled and said, "This must be Sister Qing Wan'er." Han Ju had already sent a voice transmission to tell her about this a year ago, so she was already prepared. Qing Wan'er immediately relaxed upon seeing her smile. The two women chatted enthusiastically. Xing Hongxian looked at Han Qing'er behind Han Ju and smiled. "Qing'er, call me eldest mother." Han Qing'er tilted her head and asked curiously, "What do you mean by eldest mother? Isn't there only one mother?" "Eldest mother?" Han Ju found it funny. Xing Hongxian picked her up and smiled. "Your mother and I are both your father's wives. I'm also considered your mother." Qing Wan'er was secretly puzzled. "Eldest mother?" Continue reading on MYB0XN0VEL. Xing Hongxian met Han Ju earlier than her. She suddenly thought of something. Before he met her, Han Ju's identity was very mysterious. Could it be that Xing Hongxian was already following him back then? It was very likely. Qing Wan'er did not ask. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. She was not jealous of Xing Hongxian because she was very passionate. She even took the initiative to chat with her daughter and showed them kindness. After chatting for a long time, Qingwan'er asked curiously, "Where's your son? Didn't husband say that you also have a child?" Xing Hongxian touched her abdomen and smiled. "Here. He's not born yet." Qingwan'er was dumbfounded. Not born yet? She couldn't help but look at Han Ju. Han Ju said, "This child is a little special. He has been nurtured for a long time and has yet to be born. However, according to the time he was nurtured, he should indeed be Qing'er's elder brother." "Ah. My elder brother? He's still in the womb. Then, shouldn't he be the younger brother? I want to be the elder sister, I want to be the elder sister." Han Qing'er shook her head and shouted. She reached out to touch Xing Hongxuan's abdomen with a look of surprise. Xing Hongxian smiled and said, "All right, you can be the elder sister, but as the elder sister, you have to take care of your younger brother. In the future, you have to give in to him in everything. If he's the elder brother, he has to take care of you and give in to you in everything. Do you want to be the elder sister or the younger sister?" Han Qing'er tilted her head and thought for a moment, then, "I'll be the younger sister." Qingwan'er couldn't help but laugh. Xing Hongxian rubbed Han Qing'er's nose and smiled. "Looks like our Qing'er is very smart. Of course, I'm the smartest." Han Qing'er smiled proudly. Han Ju stood at the side and smiled at them. They left 2 hours later. Han Ju brought the mother and daughter to Xian Qingjuan's Taoist temple. Xian Qingjun was also his Tao companion. The two of them had already done it as husband and wife. He had also told her about this a year ago. Unlike Xing Hongxian, Xian Qingjun was already waiting for them in the Taoist temple. Although Xian Qingjun was not as lively as Xing Hongxian, she still made Qingwan'er feel close to her. She even gave her a Dharma treasure. However, Han Ju felt Xian Qingjuan's meaningful gaze before leaving. Xian Qingjun also wanted a child. She had been rejected by Han Ju before. Now that she saw Han Qing'er, she naturally had some thoughts. Han Ju sent a voice transmission to comfort her before leaving with Qingwan'er and her daughter. He secretly used his will to replace his body and jumped into the immortal world with his wife and daughter. The three of them came to a human town. Looking at the passers-by, Qingwan'er was stunned. Too long the scene in front of her made her want to cry. After 5 million years, her old friends and relatives had long turned to dust. Han Qing'er was very excited and kept shouting Han Ju brought them around. The immortal world was vast. Han Ju planned to travel the world while waiting for Han Qing'er to grow. A year later, they returned to the city they had lived in back then. However, this place was already barren. There were mountains and weeds everywhere. Qingwan'er stood on the cliff in a daze. Han Qing'er flew around in the forest and even asked Han Ju to chase after her, but he ignored her. Han Ju came to Qingwan'er's side and said meaningfully, "Time is like this. One day, you will get used to it." Qingwan'er turned to look at him and asked, "So you were also very calm when facing me back then?" Han Ju replied calmly, "That's right." "Humph, then why did you lie to me and say that you only encountered an immortal encounter after I died? Then, do you want to hear my story? In any case, I still have to accompany you for decades. It's enough for me to talk slowly." "Sure." Qingwan'er's low spirits vanished and her eyes lit up. Han Ju looked at the sky in despair and said, "I was born in a mortal world below the immortal world. My parents were slaves in a herb garden outside the sect. When I was young, they fled the herb garden and left me there alone." Qingwan'er frowned. She didn't expect him to have such a miserable background. Han Ju recounted his past in detail, but he hid the names of the system, the hidden sect, and the divine might heavenly sage. Time passed minute by minute. Dusk descended. Han Qing'er appeared behind the two of them with a wronged expression. She had left for half a day, but her parents did not look for her. Han Ju held her hand and continued talking to Qing'er as he walked. Qing'er seemed to be listening to a story. She was so engrossed that she didn't even care about her daughter. Han Ju finally finished several days later. Qing'er sighed. I didn't expect you to have so many rough experiences before you met me. Qing'er looked at him with an extremely gentle gaze. This man was always so calm. He faced all the tribulations of time alone, but he had never complained of suffering or exhaustion. She suddenly felt ashamed. Han Ju tried his best to revive her and let her cultivate, but she couldn't tolerate it. In the past, Han Ju didn't have anyone to protect him. Unlike now, she only needed to cultivate and didn't have to worry about anything. Father. Mother. Are you done chatting? I'm bored to death. Seeing that the two of them were finally silent, Han Qing'er immediately threw a tantrum and shouted unhappily. These days, she spent most of her time sleeping. She had no choice. She didn't understand her parents' words and was not the least bit interested in them. Han Ju pinched her face and smiled. Qing'er, how about I bring you to see your niece? Niece? What is a niece? Your brother's daughter. Ah. I want to go. Bring me there. Han Qing'er immediately became excited. Qing'er asked in surprise, Tuor has a daughter. She's still alive. Han Ju smiled. That kid is like me. He doesn't care about his daughter at all. If not for my help, your granddaughter would have died long ago. By the way, you originally had a grandson who died millions of years ago. Qing'er frowned. Han Ju didn't say anything else and brought the mother and daughter to the netherworld. They arrived at Yang Tiandong's King of Hell Hall. Yang Tiandong was cultivating. The hall was silent and there was no ghost servant around. Father, who is he? He looks so terrifying. Han Qing'er's voice woke Yang Tiandong up. Seeing Han Ju, he was stunned and his mind went blank. Mas. Master. Chapter 875 Grandpa's Identity. Chapter 875 Grandpa's Identity, Master. Master. After a moment of shock, Yang Tiandong hurriedly came to the King of Hell's table and knelt in front of Han Ju. Qing'er and Han Qing'er were both a little nervous. After all, Yang Tiandong had been the King of Hell for millions of years. His pressure was still very strong. Ordinary people's legs would go weak when they saw him. Han Ju said, "Get up. How have you been all these years?" He could deduce Yang Tiandong's experience, but it was better for him to say it personally. Yang Tiandong suppressed his excitement and said, "Day after day, I deal with the reincarnation of the netherworld. Although it's boring, it's safe. I can also spend time cultivating." For some reason, Yang Tiandong inexplicably wanted to cry when he saw Han Ju again. He was the King of Hell. How could he cry? However, he couldn't control his emotions. He thought that Han Ju had already forgotten about him after millions of years. That's right. There were many geniuses in the hidden sect, and there was no lack of heavenly Tao sages. What was he? Although he usually pretended to be lazy, he was actually very disappointed and regretful every time he heard about the geniuses of the hidden sect. Han Ju said, "This is my wife and this is my daughter, Han Qing'er. Please, reading on my box N0VL, calm." Hearing this, Yang Tiandong looked at Qing'er and her daughter and hurriedly bowed. Qing'er was caught off guard. When she first saw her disciple, she should give him a gift, just like Xian Qingjun. Han Ju smiled and said, "All right, there's no need to be polite. Call Han Xinyuan over." Yang Tiandong hurriedly agreed and went to summon her. Han Qing'er asked curiously, "Father, who is he? He looks so fierce." Han Ju said, he's father's first disciple, but father hasn't seen him for a long time. Why not? He's like you. He likes to run around too much. Huh. That's right. Daddy will never see you again if you run around in the future. Han Ju's words frightened Han Qing'er. Her eyes instantly turned red and tears welled up. Qing'er rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, why are you scaring her? Han Ju smiled. I'm not scaring her. Qing'er was stunned, while Han Qing'er cried in fear. Han Ju was amused. This girl was usually too lively. He should teach her a lesson lest she ran away at 17 or 18 and brought a man back to propose marriage. Although Han Ju didn't want to care too much about his children, he hoped that Han Qing'er could focus on cultivation. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more good men they would encounter. Of course, there were bad men no matter what realm they were at, but at least Han Ju hoped that she would suffer less. She would find someone weak to marry if her cultivation level was too low. They wouldn't be able to escape death. At that time, she would have to beg Han Ju to save her husband. He brought Han Qing'er to meet so many old friends to nurture her judgment. It was not that Han Ju looked down on mortals. In any case, when he was a mortal, if a fairy loved him, he would definitely be afraid of attracting trouble. He wouldn't dare to accept it unless the other party forced him. Qing'er comforted Han Qing'er. Not long after, Yang Tiandong brought Han Xingyuan over. He walked out and waited outside after leading her into the hall. Han Xingyuan was puzzled, but she was suddenly stunned when she saw Han Ju. Han Yu. Her descendant was already a sage. No, it was not Han Yu. A face that had almost been forgotten by Han Xingyuan appeared in her mind. Her father, Han Tuo. She asked curiously, you are? She thought that Han Ju was Han Tuo's son, but he was definitely not simple to be able to call the king of hell and make him avoid suspicion. Qing'er looked at Han Xingyuan and her heart melted. She seemed to see Han Qing'er growing up. She immediately went forward and wanted to hold her hand. However, Han Xingyuan dodged warily. Oh, you're my granddaughter. Why are you hiding? Qing'er pouted. Granddaughter? Han Xingyuan was stunned. She subconsciously looked at Han Ju. Han Ju said, that's right. Han Tuo is our son. The king of hell who just went out is my disciple. Han Xingyuan widened her beautiful eyes. Her past doubts were immediately resolved. No wonder Yang Tiandong took such good care of her. In the past, she had been worried that Yang Tiandong would have improper thoughts about her. Later, she discovered that Yang Tiandong was a little careful when taking care of her, afraid that he would cross the line. She had thought that it was because of Han Yu, but in the end, it was not. Han Xingyuan was at a loss for words. Han Qing'er came over and smiled. Are you my niece? Niece? Han Xingyuan looked at the young Han Qing'er and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could tell at a glance that this girl was only a few years old. Han Ju said, I've come to see you in the past and even taught you a mystical power. It's just that you didn't realize it and I didn't want to disturb your life. Han Xingyuan was enlightened. She had been puzzled before and thought that she had obtained the heavenly Tao comprehension. Han Qing'er began to talk to Han Xingyuan, interrupting her thoughts. Qing'er also stared at her with pity. The three women chatted happily. Han Ju didn't want to disturb them and walked out of the hall. He appeared at Yang Tiandong's side, frightening him so much that he knelt again. Han Ju raised his hand and forcefully lifted him with an invisible force. There's no need to be like this. Are you really distant from me? Han Ju said helplessly. Yang Tiandong did not know how to explain. He indeed did not dare to relax. The person in front of him was the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. The most powerful existence in the entire heavenly Tao. How could he be rude? Han Ju said, I'll make you a sage. After so many years, your temperament should have been tempered. You have to cultivate diligently in the future, understand? Yang Tiandong was flattered and hurriedly thanked him. Han Ju was speechless. Why was he kneeling again? He couldn't be bothered with Yang Tiandong. Instead, he asked about the heavenly race and the calamity race in the netherworld. When Yang Tiandong talked about the netherworld, he immediately became familiar with it and talked non-stop. He was now the leader of the King of Hell, so the merit of managing the netherworld was naturally on him. Han Ju listened quietly. 2 hours later. Han Ju left with Qinghuaner and her daughter. Yang Tiandong and Han Xinyuan stood in front of the King of Hell's hall and looked in the direction they had left for a long time. Han Xinyuan asked, King of Hell, who is my grandfather? Why haven't I heard of Han Ju? Yang Tiandong laughed secretly. You've never heard of Han Ju, but have you heard of the Divine Might Heavenly Sage? However, Han Ju didn't take the initiative to say it, so he naturally couldn't spill the beans. He's very powerful, anyway. Not to mention you, even your father benefited from his reputation. Otherwise, your father would have long died and not even had the chance to give birth to you. Han Yu should have been wiped out, too. It was also my master who helped him, Yang Tiandong said meaningfully, causing Han Xinyuan to fall into deep thought. Sage. However, there were too many sages now. Han Xinyuan didn't know which sage it was. Yang Tiandong said, Qing'er will probably come again in the future. At that time, you have to take good care of her. He knew that Han Ju didn't come here just to show off. He wanted them to remember Han Qing'er. If she came to the netherworld in the future, they had to take care of her and not slack off. Yang Tiandong had no complaints about this. Instead, he was very happy his master became more human-like after gaining a daughter. Chapter 876 Returning to his home, Legend of the Immortal. Chapter 876 Returning to his home, Legend of the Immortal. Father, how old is Han Xinyuan? Father, where is my brother? Father, I want to find my brother. Father, above the clouds. Han Ju was annoyed. He really wanted to throw this girl down. Qinghuaner saw through him and smiled. Your father will throw you down if you continue to cause trouble. Han Qing'er smiled proudly. I'm not afraid. I can fly. Han Ju glared at her and didn't mention Han Tuo. Han Qing'er was so angry that her eyes turned red. After that, Han Ju brought his wife and daughter to the immortal world. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Qing'er had already grown into a young girl. She wore a beautiful red dress and her long hair was tied behind her head. She was in high spirits as she walked with Qinghuaner. They looked like sisters instead of mother and daughter. Han Ju stood in front of the two women and looked at the sky. Father, where are we going next? Han Qing'er asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Please, reading on MyBox N0VL.com. Ever since she was young, she had been very happy and had no worries. She could see new things every day and didn't need to spend any energy on traveling. It was very easy. Han Ju said, to the mortal world. This is the last time. After that, you should leave the immortal world and go home. It will be difficult for you to come out in the future. You have to cultivate well. Han Qing'er curled her lips and said, so be it. I'm so talented. I'll surprise you when the time comes. Over the years, Han Qing'er had also understood the cultivation situation in the immortal world. After comparing, she discovered that she was extremely talented, so she also had expectations for cultivation. Qinghuaner smiled and said, Qing'er's potential is indeed not bad. Back then, your brother didn't have your talent, but he still resolutely left alone to seek immortal encounters even if his potential was mediocre. At the mention of Han Tuo, Han Qing'er became interested and asked, Mother, what's my brother's cultivation level now? Didn't you say that he lived for 5 million years? Is he a zenith heaven golden immortal? In the immortal world, many living beings had lived for 5 million years but could not break through to the deity realm. Her mother was also only at this realm. She thought that Han Tuo was stronger because she had always been looking forward to seeing the brother she had never met, and she even worshipped him. Qinghuaner shook her head and laughed. She glanced at Han Ju and, seeing that he didn't want to say it, could only say, perhaps. Han Ju had instructed that Han Qing'er could not know the realm above the sage realm to prevent laziness. Qinghuaner could understand this. At least after she knew that Han Ju had surpassed the freedom realm, she felt that it didn't matter if she cultivated or not. In any case, she couldn't catch up to him. She wouldn't be in danger or cause trouble for Han Ju as long as she stayed by his side. Han Qing'er curled her lips and said, "If we can't see Big Brother, then we'll see Second Brother. Father, can we visit Second Brother before we go home? He might already be born." Han Ju didn't even turn around. "Of course, I have to go back and take a look, but your second brother is still not born." "Why isn't he born yet? Could it be that eldest mother is not human but a demon?" "Of course not. It's just that your second brother is too talented." "Too talented?" Han Qing'er's eyes lit up. Han Ju snorted. "Stop asking." He waved his right sleeve, and the three of them arrived at the reroll world. Below were the 18 peaks of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, but the landscape had long changed. Han Qing'er asked curiously, "What is this place? Why is there no one here?" Qinghuaner also looked at him in confusion. Han Ju said, "This is the place where I was born." Hearing this, Qinghuaner and Han Qing'er became interested. The three of them landed on the ground. Han Ju walked in front and his thoughts returned to 5 million years ago. Qinghuaner and Han Qing'er looked around and didn't disturb him. Han Ju came to a cliff and looked at the mountains. The glorious appearance of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect in the past appeared in front of him. Endless disciples ran rampant in the mountains. Han Ju thought of Elder Iron, Li Qingzi, and Daoist 9 Cauldrons. Everything had become the past. His old friends had long reincarnated. "Father, there's someone on the opposite mountain." Han Qing'er suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed. Following her gaze, he saw someone cutting trees in the forest opposite. There was no one in a radius of 10,000 miles. It was indeed strange for a woodcutter to appear here, but this didn't attract Han Ju's attention. Han Qing'er rolled her eyes and leaped into the forest opposite. Qinghuaner did not stop him. That woodcutter did not have any cultivation. Even a bad person couldn't hurt his daughter. Han Qing'er landed behind the woodcutter and snorted. The woodcutter trembled in fear. He turned around and staggered, falling to the ground. The axe slipped out of his hand and accidentally cut his palm. Blood instantly flowed out. The woodcutter frowned in pain. Han Qing'er panicked. Sorry, she noticed that the woodcutter was also young. He looked to be in his early 20s. The woodcutter picked up the axe and asked warily, "Who are you?" "A demon." She was so beautiful and wore a red robe. She was definitely a demoness. The woodcutter's face turned pale and he broke out in cold sweat. Demons ate humans. Han Qing'er curled her lips. "I'm not a demon. I'm a fairy." She waved her right hand, and the wound in the woodcutter's palm instantly healed. The woodcutter stood up and ran away. Han Qing'er raised her hand and waved, using her spirit energy to move him back. "Why are you running? I'm really not a demon. I came to ask you why you're the only one nearby." Han Qing'er said angrily. The woodcutter said with a trembling voice, "I live nearby. There's indeed no one else around here." Han Qing'er asked in surprise, "You're so timid, but you still dare to stay here alone?" The woodcutter gritted his teeth and did not answer. He began to think of a way to escape. "Why are you here?" Han Qinger asked. She added, I won't make things difficult for you if you answer truthfully. I can even teach you cultivation techniques. The woodcutter's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, it said that there are inheritances left behind by immortals in this area. Every 1,000 years, someone will obtain an immortal's cultivation technique from here and become famous. I just wanted to try. I've been here for more than half a year and haven't found anything. Then, why are you cutting trees? I have to start a fire. There are many beasts at night. I'll die without a fire. Oh. This was the first time Han Qinger had seen a true mortal. She was filled with interest and began to ask all sorts of questions. The woodcutter told her everything he knew. Han Qinger also learned of his background. The woodcutter's village was slaughtered by fiendish cultivators and all of them were refined into dried corpse puppets. He was lucky to escape. He had always wanted revenge and had been searching for immortal encounters since he was 10 years old. However, he did not have any cultivation potential and the various sects did not accept him. He could only pursue the illusory legends of immortals. Han Qinger couldn't bear it when she heard this. Just thinking about it from the woodcutter's point of view, she felt despair. How about I help you take revenge? Han Qinger asked. The woodcutter's eyes lit up. However, he immediately shook his head and said, No, I want to take revenge personally. Please teach me the cultivation technique. Han Qinger looked helpless and spread her hands. Actually, I don't know any cultivation techniques, but I can ask my father. After living for so long, she had never cultivated seriously. She relied on her talent. The woodcutter immediately knelt and kowtowed. Thank you, fairy. As long as your father is willing to teach me the cultivation technique, I'm willing to be your slave and serve you forever. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.